Hello, VOD watchers. Welcome in to part 30 of Cyberpunk 2077 with a therapist. I do appreciate that you have made it all this way. I hope that you have enjoyed the playthrough so far. I'm sure you have if you've made it this far. Part 29 was a wild ride. And here we are at part 30, where we were left with quite the decision to make from Johnny. As I said at the end of that stream, I needed some time to think about it. And I have thought about it. And I am going to share a little bit of my thought process before I discuss which decision I'm going to make here about whether I'm going to let Johnny essentially take over my body. So, in thinking about Johnny's proposition at the end of part 29, I have continued to feel icky about the setup on Johnny's request. Johnny has indicated many times throughout this playthrough, like he's passively indicated that he cares about us, to like us meaning V, but never as largely, for lack of a better word, as he did in the request he made, or leading up to the request in part 29. Johnny's saying that when push comes to shove, he will sacrifice himself and allow me to live. Johnny giving us the dog tags. Johnny's saying, you know, I could have taken control of you by now if I wanted to. Doesn't sit right with me given his request to hijack my body. And I don't know what it entails to give up my body. I don't know what it means to give my body back and whether it's possible for him to do that. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I still consider my body to be mine, though our psychology is mixing with Johnny's. At the end of the day, the vessel itself, the actual blood, muscles, skeleton, whole 9 yards, is me. And with all of the loss of control that I have had throughout the 29 episodes that we've been playing this game, I have still been able to control my body. And the idea of giving that up to Johnny so that he can introduce a plan to Rogue that we have no idea whether she will believe is too many unknown variables for me. I mean, this feels like it's really bad no matter what. Now, if Johnny decides to hijack my body because he actually can do that if I deny his request and attempt to go meet with Hanako, well, then so be it. But I am compelled to call Johnny's bluff on this. I don't actually think that Johnny can take over my body. I have no reason to believe it. I believe that he can take control of my perception in the form of showing up in my visual field. But I don't believe him. I think something that's also very important to think about in this moment is that I am trying to survive, and so is Johnny. And you might make an argument that our independent desires to survive are perhaps melding into one coherent desire to survive. But ultimately, one of the most incredible things about humans and animals in general is that deep down there is a very strong pull to survive. And many of us will never understand just how strong that pull is because we don't get into a position that is so adverse that we actually have to access that. But I could make the argument that V and Johnny absolutely are. So to me, in the same way that I am becoming increasingly desperate to survive, Johnny, I think, is also becoming increasingly desperate to survive, for whatever that means. So inevitably, what we've been told is that Johnny's going to take over my body and is going to survive this. So I'm not really willing to give that up sooner. I'm going to act on my own survival, and we'll see what Johnny does with his. But I think Johnny miscalculated making that request of me by overly buttering me up too acutely in a given moment. So this idea that he could have buttered me up for a long period of time, built more of a relationship with me, where perhaps his saying that he would sacrifice himself for me might make more sense. But at the end of the day, I rarely trust anybody. I don't know that there is anybody that I would trust if they said that they would, if push came to shove, they would allow me to live instead of them. That's just, nobody knows until they're actually in that moment. And I think another thing that I think the final piece of this that I will say as it relates to my survival, and it's actually interesting that you say that, Cayman, because I'm thinking to some extent the same thing, is that Johnny already made, Johnny had his life. Johnny made his choices. And the way that Johnny lived his life is not something that should bear any consequence to me. Unfortunately, it does, because his construct, his engram or whatever, is inside of me. But this is my life that I am in control of, and I don't owe Johnny Silverhand anything, let alone control of my vessel. So I am going to, as you might have guessed from how I've been framing this, I am not going to heed Johnny's request. I am going to go visit Hanako at Embers. And that is what we're going to do tonight. Because I think Hanako knows more than we realize. And I think that there's probably a chance that Hanako has seen some shit that has led her to believe me. Because as we make our way over there, I'm going to share with you a little bit of my thought process on this as well. The Arasakas are not idiots. The Arasakas are incredibly well... I'm going to have to pause this to say this. The Arasakas are incredibly well connected. They are incredibly intelligent. They are thoughtful. They cover every base. And they are thorough. Hanako has absolutely no reason to believe me. Takamura maybe a little bit because he's dedicated his life to the Arasakas. But she really has no reason to believe us. Unless, and this is, this thought came to me a couple days ago. Unless Hanako already knows about this project, already knows about the chip and what it's capable of, was potentially involved in it, and may have already seen this happen. And if I really think about thoroughness, if I'm the Arasakas, there is no way in hell I am putting all of my chips, no pun intended, onto one prototype chip. I don't think that this is the only chip with an engram on it. I don't think this is the only chip that exists. And I would be curious if there are other chips that perhaps are capable of convincing Hanako that what I have said is potentially true. Because this chip was going to Yorinobu. There's no way you put this chip into one of the highest members of the Arasaka family unless they have prototyped the shit out of this. And unless there are other chips that work. There's just no way. I just can't see them doing that. So that tells me, in that thought process, my thought is that Hanako must know something that we do not know, and it may even be more groundbreaking than all the theories that everybody else has had. Also, Pan Am just texted me. So anyway, so that's my thought process. Whether that comes true or not, no idea. But it's an interesting thought. At least to me. Alright, Pan Am. Okay, I can't stop thinking about this, so I'm just going to unload it on you, and you can ignore it if you wish. I've had it up to here with Saul. Does he truly think his family will be better off by selling his soul to a court? I've never seen someone with their head so far up their ass. Nothing about this is going to end well. Don't get mad, but maybe this Biotechnica deal isn't the worst thing in the world. There's this Arasaka suit named Takamura. By all appearances, just another corporate ghoul, but we've been getting along better than I expected. He keeps blabbering on about honor and doing the right thing. Point is, not all corpos are the same. Sometimes underneath that press suit, there's a decent human being. Maybe it'll be like that with Biotechnica. Got no love for the corpos either. Screwed me over more times than I care to remember. Still got to deal with them sometimes. Had the displeasure to make a deal with one the other day. Arasaka henchman by the name of Takamura. Slimy fucker with a mouthful of platitudes. So trust me when I say that I get you. I don't like throwing Takamura under the bus, but I'm inclined to use this second one. V, listen to me. Working at a megacorp isn't a job like any other. It's an identity. I don't trust them, and frankly, anyone who deals with them is asking for trouble. Just be careful, alright? Oh, and thanks, by the way. I stopped thinking about Saul and started thinking about you. Much more pleasant, winky face. Hell yeah. Anytime, winky face. I guess you're right about corpos. I have no way of really knowing if Takamura is hiding something or scheming, but you know, with my luck, I'll probably find out soon enough. Glad to hear it, smiley face. On the subject of Takamura, I get what you're saying, but I really might be cut from a different cloth. I can't really explain it. As for Saul, just follow your instinct. It's what you do best, winky face. I'll go with the second one. There's a winky face in both. Thanks. Somehow I feel a little better already. It's as if talking to you has somehow unclouded my head. If I know one thing, it's that the Aldecados joining up with the Corp can only end badly. I feel it in my gut. Hang in there, V. Winky face. You got it. Thanks, Pan Am. Alright. Ben, I really appreciate you stopping by and asking that question. I would encourage you to pop into the Discord and ask that question in Questions for Dr. Mick, because that question has a way bigger answer than I can give while we're doing the playthrough. Exclamation point Discord for the link, or you can go see, you can find it in the description. Mercmobile. Where are you going, Mercmobile? That's the opposite of what I want you to do, Mercmobile. Drive away, car! Beautiful evening. This is gonna be wild meeting with Hanako. I just... Who's this? Ozob Bozo? Hey, got your number from a friend. Heard you're good at what you do. If that's God's honest truth, and I've got a gig for you. Call me if you're interested. I mean, I'll take the call.
V, heard you had a gig for me.
You heard right. I need a driver.
Mm-hmm. And for what exactly?
Oh, you know, this and that. I got a few errands to run. A couple of friends that need paying a visit. The usual. Listen, I'm a straight shooter, so let me cut right to the chase. I heard you're the best in town. Thing is, I like working with the best. And I know the best don't come cheap. I'm not gonna get into the nuts and bolts, cause if what they say about you is true, you can handle anything. So let's get this settled. You got what it takes? Or are they wrong about you?
I'm a straight shooter, but I talk really cryptically.
Kevorkian, and as always, your business is my business. We'll kick off the day with a broad
All right,
of the market.
I'm in.
Kiroshi
Japantown, then. By the market entrance. Give a few honks and I'll stroll up. Later, V.
That's the day's big head turner.
All right.
You're rocketing by 10 points. Don't touch that volume.
We're gonna try it. We're gonna see what. Okay, I know I said we were gonna go talk to Hanako, but when Ozob Bozo calls me,
no new announcements. The release of long-time
talks about how he's a straight shooter while simultaneously not being a straight shooter at all. Your boy needs to see what this contradiction's all about. You know what I'm saying?
Managed by AIs. You blink an eye and they've already bought and sold shares twice over in billion-euro-dollar deals. The problem is we don't always know what drives their decisions. And frankly, the owners of the funds they manage couldn't care less, so long as they see those profits ticking up. But my dear viewers, I say we dig deeper.
My dear viewers.
Air grows so drastically, so quickly. My friends, I see only one logical explanation. Those AIs expect a big boost in demand for orbital flights in the very near future. But why? World war? Environmental catastrophe? Perhaps
Park your car at the indicated location.
That we may never know. Whatever conclusion the AIs have deduced from their data crunch, they seem intent on keeping it to themselves.
Hate this rush hour traffic, man. I'm gonna go in the HOV lane even though it's just me.
We need the windfall to buy our tickets to the moon once the world finally goes to hell.
Ozob Bozo, what have you got for me? Ozob, where you at, boy? There he is. Oh, that must not be Ozob. Honk. Oh god, I don't know the honk button. There we go.
Hey, you're V, yes?
Oh, fuck.
You didn't answer my question.
Yeah, that's me.
Good. Then let's go.
Where to?
Little China. I have a craving for Kung Pao chicken. Extra spicy.
Alright, straight shooter. Yeah, I'm sure that's why you called the best mercenary you've ever heard of. Is so that
Doesn't it
you
bother
can
you?
What?
Okay.
The grenade. You know, the one on your face.
God damn it, V. This is a conversation we've had so many times. So many times. Okay, Night City is all about establishing power as fast as you can do it. Making a comment about something that you imagine a person would be insecure about, something that they probably had some choice about but obviously are living with. Not the route, man. We have no rapport with this guy. None. And it's funny because humans are predisposed to notice significant anomalies in their environment. This guy having a grenade for a nose is a significant anomaly. Okay? And it is totally normal for humans to pay attention to that kind of thing. Do you need to draw attention to it? Do you need to comment on it? Do you need to make your anxiety related to the uncertainty of why a person would make that choice that person's problem? Nope, you sure don't. V should shut the hell up here. There's no reason to make a comment about this dude's nose. None. Not even really even to establish power. It's a low blow, man. That doesn't really establish power the way that you think it is. And that's me having to headcanon it. Why V would say that.
I just gotta be careful not to pull the pin when I want to pick my nose.
Ha! Alright, well I can appreciate he can joke about it, but it's just goddamn, dude, we just met.
Nice out here. A lot of stuff has changed.
Where you from?
Brazil. You know,
Damn it.
down in South.
I know where Brazil is.
You never know with you gringos.
V's. Okay, V several times throughout this playthrough has shown himself to be generally hostile as a go-to when he's in an uncertain situation, and it makes sense because V has been dealing with some real shit. V is literally getting taken over by another human in his own body. Okay, so reason enough for him to be frustrated and in a bad mood. I look at what V is dealing with Johnny taking over his mind similarly to how we might look at somebody who has like a chronic illness and chronic pain. You are going to be more agitated. It is impossible for you to maintain a calm, neutral demeanor. Folks that deal with chronic illness and particularly chronic pain know exactly what I'm talking about. The irritability comes along with it almost as second nature. So I understand why V is in that place. I also think if V is going to take jobs like this and engage with new folks around these types of things, he does need to be mindful of the way that he responds to that irritability, because he may put himself in danger by being openly hostile with this guy. There's really no reason for it. This guy shouldn't be a target of my frustrations and anger, because if he's going to be, then I shouldn't have taken this gig in the first place. It's not this guy's job to have to deal with my shit. So if I'm going to invite him in, I got to take ownership of how I'm bringing myself to the encounter in the same way that he does.
Tiger claws. Heard of them?
Who hasn't?
Got any friends in there?
No, why?
Just asking. Can't help being curious.
Yeah, straight shooter. Not only do you say cryptic things, you ask cryptic questions. Oh, this is familiar territory.
This is the place. Wait for me here and keep the engine running.
Oh, God.
Came all this way to get takeout.
You could say that.
Who are you taking out? Oh, Jesus Christ. I like that his name is Ozob Bozo because it's a play on Bozo the Clown. And I like that his grenade, he has a grenade instead of a red nose. I don't know if everybody else sees that as obviously as I do, but in case you didn't catch that, pretty clever. Oh, boy. Okay, yep, well, there we go.
What the fuck was that? You got grenades up your ass too?
Jeez. Wow, I didn't sign up to offer backup.
Want a taste of this, asshole?
New magazine detected.
Anyone want to play Got Your Nose? Not bad, right?
It would have been even better if you told me what you were planning from the get-go.
It's true what they say. You're good. Really fucking good. Got a stick up your ass, though. This is where we part ways. Good luck, V. And, relax a bit, okay?
But you are not the masters.
What about my payment?
What about it? Here, like I said before, the best don't come cheap. Take care, V. And hey, keep your nose to the ground.
But you are not the masters of your memory.
Okay. That was something. I got nothing for you on that one. Just okie dokie. Guy goes and gets takeout. Yeah, his hair too. Yeah, the whole thing. He's a clown. I thought that was gonna have multiple stops and be a whole thing. Just a quick little okie dokie. We got one tidbit out of it. Get your dually out of my way. God, traffic. Ugh. Ugh. Wish the Mercmobile could be the Merc wing so I could just fly through this. It's gonna be wild, chat. Not interested in your car, Sebastian. He's here, and he looks like he's armed. Of course. Understood. You've reached the point of no return. When you enter the restaurant, you will be locked out of all unfinished side jobs and other activities like gigs until your main jobs are complete. If you have any unfinished business, settle it before meeting with Hanako. Wow. As far as I'm concerned, we've done everything we needed to do, so... Let's take the plunge, chat! Wow, so this is really it. So if we make this choice... Yeah, I mean, I'm not letting Johnny take off. Boy, Johnny's gonna be mad. He's gonna hate this.
God, I feel sick. Don't like this at all. This porcelain bitch is the worst kind of news.
I know. I'll be careful.
Not exactly one of your strong suits. Listen, first sign of trouble, we Delta.
Called Johnny's bluff. Absolutely called Johnny's bluff. Because if Johnny hates this, Johnny could have forced me away from that elevator if he really actually meant what he said. So either Johnny can't take control of my body, or Johnny has so much respect for me that he is willing to go with wherever I go, in which case I have the power regardless. I understand him being pissed off here. because we are going to basically work with Corpos, who he wants to destroy. But this is my choice. Johnny made his choice when he nuked Arasaka Tower. This is my choice. And I'm standing up for the power I have over my bodily autonomy, if nothing else. Hanako-sama is waiting. Love your suit.
She emptied the place. Shit.
Johnny, okay. I don't really trust, at this point, anything that Johnny's going to say. Not because I don't like Johnny, but because Johnny's skepticism is going to way overcloud his judgment of this situation. Way overclouded. And honestly, I would be a little bit nervous having Johnny Silverhand involved in my anatomy, because his cortisol levels if his mindset has the ability to affect my hormone levels, I'm going to be more edgy in this than I want to be. So I really need Johnny to chill out and trust that I've made the right decision here. Or at least what I believe is the right decision. This is a hell of a setup, though.
Excellent. You have come.
I have indeed. We're going to be as amenable to this process as we can be.
Thanks for meeting me.
Of course, V. And I thank you. Before we discuss details, I feel I owe you an explanation. I must tell you why I changed my mind and wish to help.
Weren't sure of anything. If you could trust me, if Yorinobu killed your father. Now...
I knew. From the start.
You... knew?
All the board members knew. Not one soul even slightly interested in the matter believed in the poisoning. Details were disparate. Inconsistent.
You knew, but didn't do a thing about it. Why? Suddenly sprout a conscience just yesterday?
My father had flaws. I know this. I harbor no illusions about it. When a foe needed removal, my father ordered it without a thought to mercy. A way of being Yorinobu could not abide. But to my father, ends ever justified means. Saburo Arasaka has always valued just one thing. Do you know what it is?
Oh, it's probably family. That would be my guess based on how all of this has gone down.
Ties that bind.
Yes, family. I was to be its heart, to uphold life, ensure continuity, stability, never to oppose it.
Huh. Guess Yorinobu's instructions were a little different.
Yorinobu raised his hand against our father, but he is an Arasaka. He is family. I do not expect you to understand. I wish you merely to know I do not oppose my brother willingly. That it is difficult.
Boy, if this isn't an opportunity to discuss this. I understand that what I am about to say is culturally loaded. And I am not here to say what cultures are right or wrong or anything like that. Okay? But in my experience as a therapist, way too many times have I seen people in very unhealthy situations because family is family. I could argue universally that unconditional love, positive regard, allegiance is very unhealthy. Because it leads people to do things justifying it using family as the reason, even when it goes against their very core or sense of morality or whatever. So this idea that, like, you would just allow family to do whatever, I mean, it's a real power play. It allows too many boundaries to be broken. It leads to too many problematic dynamics. It holds people in positions that are unhealthy for them longer than they need to be held in them. So we're seeing it reflected a bit here in what Hanako is saying. Now, granted, she's saying that opposing her brother is difficult, which suggests to me that she is opposing her brother, that she is going against family, which is so deeply ingrained within her, and I commend her for that. But it sounds like there were a lot of moments potentially where bad things could have been stopped but weren't because family. And I will always remind folks, you, particularly as an adult, are entitled to set whatever boundaries with your family that you need to set, even if that means disengaging from them entirely. You do not owe family anything, despite what they may tell you and ingrain within you. It's a hard pill to swallow for lots of folks, but that's, I think, going to be an underlying theme of everything that's going to happen here.
He's your brother. It's been hard. It'll be hard. Let's say I get that. But what changed your mind?
We received a warning during the parade. Security protocols were violated. The first doubts sprouted then. They grew yet greater in your hideout when my brother's assault group arrived not to rescue, but to kill.
Yorinobu was just plain willing to sacrifice you.
My father was right about my brother. He never cared for us. I was brought up to be the heart of the family. It is time for the Arasakas to listen to their heart. It will bring justice. Did you bring Soul Killer, as we agreed you would?
Finger on the trigger, don't say a word.
Seem on edge. Something got you spooked?
I don't know. 3 times now that AB has flown by.
Think someone might have tailed you?
We must not get distracted. Did you bring Soul Killer?
Much better off answering this directly than making an assumption about what she is assuming about me.
Well,
we're gonna be
Zen,
honest.
Of course I didn't bring Soul Killer. Afraid we don't know each other that well.
You prefer to keep your guard up. Understandable, but unnecessary.
Great tactic by her. Good tactic by her. We are jockeying right now. We are playing chess. I'm sure that you all can feel it. I can feel it too. This is an intense moment, and it is one where we don't have enough time to build a rapport with her, so we're doing this on the fly in a very squeezed amount of time, and so there is jockeying that happens in these moments. Is the idea that we need to get to a point of mutual trust? Yes, but it's not that easy. You can't just get there because you want to necessarily. So we are feeling each other out here. Her empathizing with me needing to have my guard up is a really good way to disarm the guard because it validates my hesitance. So the skeptic looks at that and says, she empathized with that because she knows it's going to draw me in, thus I need to be more alert. A person who's willing to give her the benefit of the doubt would say, that was really nice of her to explain that or to empathize with that. I'm going to lean in because I'm beginning to trust her for doing that. Regardless, that's the power of validation of another person's experience, particularly in an intense moment like this one. It's a very nice move by her.
We are here because I know how to save your life.
And now she creates a we narrative. Boy, yeah, you throw the empathy there, and then you make this a collaborative endeavor. She's reeling, baby. She is reeling.
I can lead you to Mikoshi.
Meaning? Mikoshi don't exist in real space.
Yet its access points do, and one is very near.
Where?
Here in Night City, beneath Arasaka Tower.
We ought to leave. Right now.
Wanna leave?
What gave you that idea?
Quit butting in so I can hear her out.
Good boundaries,
This
V.
is gonna be a disaster.
Sit. We have little time.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, this is constructed beautifully. This is so nice. Okay, so she empathizes with my defenses. She creates a collaborative narrative. She then moves us over into sitting down instead of posturing. So now we're on an equal eye level, which from a body positioning evolutionary standpoint is sort of equalizing the hierarchy here. She is bringing us down off of our defenses and creating a collaborative moment here. Now it's let's sit and have a drink. She has fast-tracked rapport. It's very good. Very, 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 very good. And Johnny is going to become more volatile the more that we get close to this casual nature, because he's going to feel like he's losing us. And I am going to be real pissed if he is capable of taking over my body and he decides to hijack me in this moment. That would suck.
Sure know how to prick up my ears. Go on, talk.
My brother.
You catch a whiff of that? Smells like shit.
Shut
Careful
up,
not to
Johnny.
step in it.
He must be made to take responsibility for his deeds.
Because so if family is something that is deeply meaningful to the Arasakas and has been ingrained within them, I think it probably stands to reason, and she alluded as much to this, that Hanako is going to be Team Saburo, because even if she doesn't like her brother, that's a betrayal to the family. Which means that she probably wants to avenge her father in some way. I just want to know more about her relationship to her dad. Like, I don't want to make an assumption that she is trying to avenge him, because like I have to tread carefully here with what I empathize with and what I throw on the table, because in my guessing of her motivations, I am also letting on my own perceptions of the moment, and potentially I'm giving her information, which is something a lot of people don't think about. Making guesses is not always a good idea in a situation like this, because then you let on what your thoughts are. If I say you want to avenge your father, I have just let her know what my assumption is about her relative to her family. She could as easily say fuck my dad as she could say yes, I want to avenge him. I have no idea. So I got to be careful with how I play this.
Is everything in order?
I don't like, this is the detriangulation. Your biz, not mine, but it is my business because I've brought myself in here. So we're gonna go with this one. I don't want to say she wants to kill her baby bro, because that's a judgment, and I'm not taking a drink.
Sounds like you want to avenge dead old dad.
I'm just gonna make a blanket statement here because I feel like this is gonna happen 1,000 times. I hate when V responds to people like that. This is her father. I don't care if you feel like shit about him. We have to empathize with her, man. She's trying to work collaboratively with us. We made the decision to work with her. So we have to approach this with empathy. We have to make a good faith effort here. How on earth is she supposed to trust us when I go, good old dad, dead old dad? regardless of what my personal convictions are towards him, this is her father and she cares about him. There's no reason for me to say that to her in that way. Unless it's Johnny hijacking the chip. But I hate that V responded to that. I really hate it. Yeah, it could be Johnny's contempt. I acknowledge that it might be Johnny's contempt coming through. Regardless, it's terrible. It's a really bad move.
I want the Arasaka Corporation to know the truth.
How you plan to do this?
Yorinobu.
Hanako-sama, you are expected at the residence.
すぐに済むわ.
We will finish soon.
Yorinobu will soon call a meeting of the board. Representatives of all factions are expected to attend. The perfect moment for them to learn the circumstances of my father's death. I will get you into this meeting, and you will testify against my brother.
Testify? Listen, mind if I'm straight with you?
Help me get rid of Yorinobu. I will help you get rid of the construct.
Let's assume it works. Then what? You take the Arasaka throne?
Where would you get that idea?
Figured it as a given. Besides, Takamura said you were supposed to step in for Yorinobu here in Night City.
Everyone must know their place, V. That is a fact my brother has never understood. I know my place, and I have no wish to change it.
No wish to? Or no permission? You being a woman?
I decide my own fate. As should you.
I didn't think he was going to say that.
Want me to throw Yorinobu under the bus in front of Arasaka top brass? Call me crazy, but that sounds like fucking suicide.
This I know. And that is why we will take all the necessary precautions.
Like...
Yeah, like
such
what?
As...
You will see.
No. No. Come on. You can't say that. Are you kidding me? I don't. It is so frustrating. Okay. Oh my god. These are not idiots. Hanako Arasaka is a unbelievably intelligent woman. You're gonna waltz me into an Arasaka boardroom. You're gonna have me throw Yorinobu Arasaka under the bus. And then you're gonna tell me there will be security measures, but you're not gonna tell me what they are? Okay, this is her lack of empathy for me. This is a glaring oversight on her part, okay? The thing that I need is, okay, so here's the point that I'm going to make here, okay? When you are talking about high stakes situations like this, very high intensity, shit like this, okay? There is the overt needs that are being exchanged via communication, and then there are the covert needs that if you can be in tune with them, you are going to be much more successful in an exchange. The overt need here for Hanako is that she needs her brother to be taken out. The overt need for me is I want this chip resolved. The covert need for me is I need to know that I am secure and safe in navigating this process. That's what I need. I need reassurance. She was doing a really good job of reeling me in until she decided to be cryptic at the ultimate point of vulnerability in this conversation, which is, how do I know I'm going to survive this? And you're going to tell me to just trust you with the security measures? You just told me that family is the most important thing, and that despite the fact that your brother has done bad things, it still is difficult for you to turn on him. How do I know in that boardroom that you are not going to turn on me in favor of your brother, who is family, so that you can get me wiped out, so that I don't go blabbing to people about what's happening? How do I know? The way that I become closer to knowing that is if you tell me more explicitly what you're going to do to protect me. The reason I need to know that is because then it's easier for me to see an anomaly in that plan. If she tells me there's going to be X amount of security detail, that I'm going to have a certain suit of armor, that whatever it is, right? As soon as there's an anomaly in that, I can make an informed decision about whether I bail out of the situation. But if she stays cryptic, I have no expectation. Thus, I have to assume that every experience I have is in the spirit of security when it may not be. It completely pulverizes any confidence that I have in that situation. Now, I understand that I can't have that conversation with her in real life because of the game's limitations. But just that move by her was a very terrible move, because she was not attending to my covert needs. I don't like what I'm hearing.
Don't like this at all. Sounds
I'm going to be honest with her.
No. I simply offer you an opportunity.
Not the first to try.
But what if I am the last? You cannot take that chance.
We're getting the fuck out of here.
Are you well?
Yeah, it's just,
You are bleeding.
Fuck.
It seems you are running out of time. Don't delay. Make your decision.
I'll think it over.
You could use some air. Right now.
Oh boy.
I warned you.
What are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm showing you what it's like to feel fucking trapped. Asked you, warned you, but you've insisted on not giving a shit. Now this porcelain cunt's gonna use you in her fancy scheme.
Fuck off. I haven't agreed to anything
But
yet.
I know you still don't understand how these leeches operate. She met you face to face. She revealed her plan. She sunk her teeth deep into you. Not gonna be able to pry yourself out.
Got any other ideas? I'd love to hear them. No? Then shut up and back off!
Hey, you'd better relax.
I am fine.
Great, you checking out again?
What? Am I?
No, it's not what you think. Not yet, anyway.
Easy there. Don't move just yet.
Mick?
You're in pain, I know. Delirious when you arrived, so I had to dose you with beta-haloperidol. But light oversensitivity's a good sign. Means your optic nerves aren't damaged.
My head.
Almost done stabilizing the biochip.
Feels like...
Someone's using your head as a knife block?
How'd I get here?
Dragged yourself here, beat to hell and back. Gave Misty a hell of a fright. Then you shoved my patient at the time off the table and demanded you be treated immediately.
Tell him it was your guardian angel.
Huh?
I, wasn't completely myself.
Yeah, I know. And that's a bit worrying.
Just give it to me straight, Vic.
You've come to a critical juncture. Try sitting up, carefully.
I'll try. I think I'm getting some feeling back.
Just slowly.
Another victory for the history books. If you got something to say, Vic, just say it.
How much longer is this going to go on?
You tell me.
Looking at you, not long at all. Next attack, you won't be able to crawl back here. You'll flatline in some back alley. This is your last chance to take matters into your own hands. Understand?
Yeah, I know. Thoughts on where to start?
Jesus, again. Do I have to spell it out? It's in
Yes.
your hands, not mine, and not those of that thing in your head. Now, see that setup over there?
Yeah? What about it?
You'll find a last dose of pseudo-endotrizin there. A gift from Misty. Want to give in to the voices in your head? Go ahead. Take a puff. Go silent. Get out. Or find another way. End things on your own terms. Got a little present for me over there too. Blockers. Manage to walk those few yards to the table. The rest will be up to you, and you alone.
On your own terms, huh? Really subtle there, Doc.
Give it a fucking rest, Johnny. It's my decision. And I gotta think about it. Need to stretch your noodle? Fine.
Just
It's not in this basement.
V, Christ, you're talking out loud.
Out loud? What?
Just go fix this thing.
Think I can do it.
Whatever you decide. Let's make sure to get out of here first.
Vic's response to this does not make much sense to me. Like, the only thing I can think of that describes Vic's behavior here is that he feels hopeless to remedy this. And so my condition is bringing him closer to whatever sense of incompetence he has relative to my condition. And so out of frustration, he's basically saying, you decide what you want to do, but I'm done with this. I mean, I feel like that has to be it. I can't think of any other explanation for why Vic, as a Ripper Doc, would so harshly shove all of this over onto me like that. It doesn't track. I don't know that I fully understand my options here. Because he spoke so cryptically. Like, is he saying basically, like, kill yourself or take a last thing of pills so that you can do whatever you want? Like, it's very confusing to me. Both knew this would come. If we don't think of something quick, you'll die, and I'll go with you. It's time for the final meeting.
Can't thank you enough for all you've done, Vic.
Only wish I could have done more. Go on now. I want to close up. Take the meds and do what you gotta do, V.
Thanks, Vic. I will. And you hang in there, too.
Good luck, kid.
Hey V, I heard... Well, your thoughts?
Shouldn't have had to. Sorry about that.
No need to be. I know what's going on. And I know it won't be easy. For either of you. If you don't want to decide here, I know a much better place.
Sure, lead the way. Why is this spot special?
I took Jackie there once. It's not far.
Jackie? What's he got to do with any of this?
You'll see. Come on.
Anonymous, thank you so much. Boy, this shit escalated really fast.
Top floor. He had the same glum face.
Who, Jack?
This is it, Chica. I'm done for.
Doesn't sound like the Jackie I knew.
That was a long time ago. His mom had just found out he'd signed up with the Valentinos. Trust me. Senora Wells on one shoulder, your gang Chumbas on the other. No choice can ever seem right.
Mm-hmm.
Life wasn't easy for my Jackie, but... he found the courage to bet on himself. After. I brought him here.
Ah, that's more like it. Air.
See that? I come here when I need to get away. Be alone with my thoughts.
She's onto something. Ought to sit, mull through some shit yourself.
Thanks, Misty. You were right. Choice spot. So what did Jackie decide up here?
Oh, you know. Gonna be a legend in this city. And I'm gonna leave you alone now. Take your time.
Fucking scared me, know that? Thought you were on your way out.
No, I'm still here.
For now. You know, should call anyone you want to say goodbye to.
Worst case scenario. That what you expect?
No. But whatever you decide, risk's gonna be high. If things don't go our way. Just fucking do it. Anyone you gotta talk to, now's the time. Pills can wait.
No, not really my style. Goodbyes.
You do you. Come along.
I wonder... I don't know how it couldn't be the case. I wonder if this is coming from Johnny being remorseful about who he didn't say goodbye to before his demise. Like, I think this is legitimately coming from a vulnerable place for Johnny and how he is telling me to do this. I think he really cares about me having this experience, and I think perhaps maybe he wants to feel what it's like to call somebody that matters to you before you die, or before you do something really risky. Because Johnny went out in a way that I don't think he got to have that closure. And I think he's actually looking out for me here. He doesn't want me to have to live with whatever experience of that he's had to live with on this chip. So I commend him for that. There's a part of me that Johnny could have used what we did to go meet Hanako to either completely polarize himself against me or to try to learn to work with me. And I think he is maybe more legitimately moving into a space of empathy for me. Because he could be sitting on this ledge just reading me the riot act, being super pissed and lecturing me. And he is not doing that. He's been a little terse here and there, but for the most part, he's showing a level of respect for my decisions. And maybe that comes from a place of not wanting me to be put in a position that he's currently in. Because as I've said throughout this playthrough, I do think Johnny Silverhand is a lot more thoughtful of a person than a lot of people give him credit for.
Long way to get here, haven't we? Just think. It all started in a fucking landfill.
Mm-hmm. Then you tried to kill me.
Exactly what I mean. Here we are now, together, soaking in this vista of Night City. My only regret's that I won't get to see how it all ends.
Gee, thanks. Got that little faith in me?
Not in you. In the rest of them. Listen, want to trust Pan Am and her tarmac rats? Fine. But it'll be their lives weighing heavy on your soul. And if you take Arasaka's deal, well, you'll have your own soul on your conscience.
I don't want to bring Pan Am in on this. There's a lot of reasons for that. One is, this is an immense amount of shit to have to explain to her. I am leveraging that relationship in a way that I really don't want to leverage it. I have no idea whether she and the Aldecados will agree. And I don't know that I have that much time. There's just too many uncertainties in the pragmatics of that to get her involved. I also, as much as I would love to be able to trust them, I don't know if Pan Am's emotional investment in me is actually a strength amidst all of this. She has an agenda which is to keep me alive, sure, perhaps. But I don't think the Aldecados deserve that. This isn't their fight. It's just not their fight. And I think this is something that has happened to me. This is the direct result of me taking the job that I took that led to me having this chip in my head. I want to minimize the amount of people that I rope into this. So I'm not going to call Pan Am. I don't like that option. We're going to go to Arasaka. We're going to try to cut the deal. And you know what? At this point, if I die, I die. I'm dying anyway. So I would rather go out in a way that's under my control. I want to reduce as many unknown variables as I possibly can.
I think it's worth taking a chance in Arasaka.
The fuck was that? God, how you so fucking stubborn?
Inherited your finer traits.
Don't fucking sit there and give me the option and talk about them as if they're equal and then get pissed at me for making the decision, Johnny. I get that you hate corpos. I understand that you can't get it out of your head. I don't like them either. And I'm kind of surprised at this point that Johnny doesn't understand that. I'm not going to take the world with me. You killed like 50,000 people when you went after Arasaka Tower, or however many people he killed when he nuked it. That's not how I'm doing this. Hijack my body already, dude, if that's what you want to do. But stop making this something where oh, well, V, you make the decision, then getting pissed at me when I make the decision. Neither one of us asked for this. I'm taking control in the way that I can take control, dude. He could say, I'm going to be really pissed if you pick the Arasaka option. I think you should take Pan Am. But don't be like, well, you could do this or you could do this and then get pissed. Well, you can be pissed, but don't take that shit out on me.
You absolutely sure? No going back on this, you know.
Boy, would that be... Okay. I'm not gonna do it. Something tells me that if I pick option number 2, V could kill himself. 'Cause that gun's been flashed enough times for us that it tells me that that's part of this decision. I would understand if we did that. I'm not advocating for suicide in general. Okay, please make sure that you understand that. But in this circumstance, the least collateral involved in this would be for me to go out on my own terms and end my life right here. Just take the shot. It's over. I take Johnny with me, unfortunately. But that does wreak the least amount of havoc, potentially. I think actually, to some extent, this maybe sounds crazy, but I think suicide's a better option than going with Pan Am and getting the El Ducados into it. I'm not going to pick that option, but it's a very clever... I don't know that I would actually shoot myself if I picked that, but that, to me, alludes to V saying, you know what, I'm just going to take the shot and we're going to be done with this now. But we're not going to do that. We are going to go see if we can deal with the Arasakas. We're going to try it. You're going to be pissed, Johnny, but you're along for the ride, big dog.
Yeah, just don't freak out.
Honestly, couldn't give a gnat's shit.
Yeah, if you didn't care, you wouldn't say that.
Got a feeling you're gonna regret this decision. And the moment that dawns, I won't be there to help.
Could be my last ride this. If it don't work out, just want to be there for it. Where?
Seems like he respects that decision.
See you inside, Mikoshi. Johnny? Okay, just me now.
At last.
Your offer. I accept.
You took your time. In the interim, Yorinobu has made his move.
What do you mean?
My brother has made me his guest at his residence in North Oak.
Locked you in?
Yes. His people watch over me for my safety.
Think Yorinobu knows?
Many things might have raised his suspicions. I do not see any other reason for him to hold me here.
Sounds bad. What now?
We can delay no longer. I must leave this place. I need your help to do so. Where are you?
At Victor's, my Ripper dock, back behind a small shop called Misty's Esoterica.
I will send someone for you. They will drive you to the residence. Then we shall visit my brother together at the Arasaka Tower.
Wow. Okay. Quick word about Johnny, because I agree that he did seem to have some sadness in his face when he put his hand on my shoulder and walked away. Johnny has to live with the regrets of his own doing. Johnny thought that he was going to really stir some shit up by nuking Arasaka Tower, and in bearing witness to the future relative to his own life, he has seen that it didn't work out so well. And so for me to try to work with the very corporation and people that he sought to destroy, I'm sure disappointing. I can understand why he's angry and sad about that. I think Johnny has had to grieve the idea of what he accomplished when he nuked the tower. So me choosing to block him out and go do this on my own, I think he has to come to a reckoning with the fact that he didn't have the impact he wanted to have. That his impact really has been relegated to being a rock star who became a terrorist. And I think there's an immense sadness that goes along with that. And I can certainly empathize with how much of a bummer that is. But we're taking this into our hands. I believe very much that this is my decision to make. And I think he can respect that, even though he may not think that it's going to go well. Oh, this is going to be something, man. Holy shit. I can't even predict where this is going to go.
Is that you, V? Or...
Yeah, it's me.
So, what now?
Waiting for my driver.
Come inside. We'll wait together.
Can I read my cards one more time, Misty?
Since you have to wait, mind if I give you a reading?
Go for it, Misty.
Sure, why not?
Some believe uncertainty is an evil that should be dispelled through divination. Others claim it's change that is evil. But that isn't true either. Every minute of every day, we each become someone new. We shouldn't fear change itself, but only who we might change into. Knowing one's path is most important. I devised...
Hard disagree with about 3/4 of everything she just said. In my opinion, what she said is not profound at all, but I appreciate that it works for her. This isn't the time or the place for me to dispute that. Just know that basically that entire message is not DrMick approved.
This layout especially for you and Johnny. Your future is his future, and vice versa.
Okay, I'm ready.
We'll start with you, V. The Fool.
What a surprise.
Let's dig deeper to find its meaning here.
Okay, I don't want to waste too much time on this. You all know how I feel about this stuff, okay? The real importance in a situation like this is what meaning do we make out of it, not that the Joker itself is the meaning, because we're going to pull from our own inductive experience and how we make meaning out of this. It's relatable to everybody. We're going to draw conclusions. There's going to be confirmation bias abound. This whole thing is a reflection of stuff rather than a prediction of stuff. It's okay. I'm doing this. If you're asking yourself, you're like, Jesus, DrMick, if you hate it so much, why are you doing it? I think Misty knows that she is about to lose a second person that's very important to her. I am a connection to Jackie. So as sad as this is for me that I am potentially moving into my own demise, Misty knows this too. This is something that brings immense comfort to Misty. And so, for me, I see my participation in this and my lack of being shitty about it as my recognition that this is something that's important to her. She's having to grieve actively the fact that I may not come back from this. She already had to do Jackie, now she's got to do me. So, in her talking about this as if it's going to bring me some sort of fulfillment, I think the reality is this reading is way more for her. And I can allow that to be the case. Because if this brings her comfort and meaning and allows her to process the grief, I'm all in, man. Let people grieve how they will. There's no reason for me to be shitty with her about this. Okay, so I'm setting my own biases aside here. Really, I think, to be empathic towards her experience. It's very easy to get absorbed into your own experience here. But she's also important and is going through something. So, that's why.
The fool symbolizes the start of a journey, the announcement of something new. It's the inner child, curious of the world, but also naive and reckless. Sounds a lot like the V I first met. The magician. A person of great talent and charisma. A leader.
Sounds like Johnny.
The card is reversed. That can mean a tendency toward addiction, mental instability.
Okay, definitely Johnny. He is one great disturbance.
The final cards are about your futures.
Ooh, look how... Okay, yeah, this is about her and her grief, right? Sounds like the V I used to know. Here's Jackie. You see the look on her face? If you're watching the VOD, I want you to rewind this to like 20 seconds ago. I want you to look at her face before she pulls this card. She deeply believes in what she is about to do. And there is significant worry that this card is going to look bad. Because I think if this card shows like death or destruction or whatever, it's going to be pretty devastating to her because she believes this. Whether I believe it or not is inconsequential right now because this is about her grief. Her face showed so much worry on the uncertainty of what kind of card she's about to pull. And that to me is a window into the fact that this is a process that's more meaningful for her than it is for me.
The devil.
Yeah, look at her face. Watch her face.
A cheerful one.
This is no joke, V. An inverted devil symbolizes subjugation, losing control, aggression, evil, a power struggle. Whatever you're planning, treat this as a warning.
Okay. And Johnny's?
The moon.
Whoa, that doesn't sound too bad, right?
I don't know, V. The moon is mystery.
That's it?
I think that's for you. Wait, is that an Arasaka stretch?
That's right.
But, V, they killed Jackie and now you're working for them?
Think I don't remember? Don't like it any more than you do. But all the other options were worse.
Betraying a friend. You can't justify that.
Got no right to judge me.
Ugh, I get it. I get it. Okay? I understand it. Very easy to get defensive here, but I get it. She can be mad. She can be mad. Misty also doesn't have the entirety of the context that we have for the decision that we made. I also don't know that Misty would agree with me roping in all of the nomads and putting them in danger. I don't think Misty would agree with me going Nuke 2.0 on Arasaka Tower, assuming that's what Johnny and Rogue would have wanted to do. Okay? I don't have time to explain this to her. She could be mad about it. I'm not going to take that away from her. I'm also not going to get defensive. I made the decision. I'll live with it. If I survive this and things get better and I'm able to come back, her and I can reconcile it because Misty seems to be a very reasonable person. I'm not going to worry about that right now. I got bigger fish to fry. Misty matters to me. I'll deal with it if I survive it. If I don't survive it, doesn't matter anyway.
You've changed. For the worse.
You did pull the devil, Misty. Also, okay. So, here's another thing. The Arasaka stretch pulling up on this, I think even if this was like the Pan Am Brigade, I think Misty would have had the same experience. Thing is, it's easier for humans to depart angry than it is sad. And it really isn't until the moment happens when that washes over a person. And I think all the shit that's been experienced by Misty with Jackie and me and all this stuff, it gets loaded into this moment. And she accesses anger. Because anger is an easy way to put distance between yourself and somebody before something that you're sad could potentially happens. It's why when people are in long-distance relationships, it's common for them to get in fights before they have to go back long distance again when they're in proximity to each other, rather than being sad about it. People don't like to experience vulnerability and sadness and all that stuff. It's way easier to be angry and put distance. So her getting angry in that moment may be about the Arasakas, but it may be also her recognition of the actual moment that this is where V is going to separate, and this is potentially my point of no return. And it's easier to be mad at me for it. And I encourage anybody watching this, if your tendency is to go to anger and to allow yourself to respond to anger in these moments because you want to override sadness and closeness, I really recommend you reevaluate that and try to access the more vulnerable emotion and the connected emotion. Because a lot of times people will report that they are frustrated with themselves when they left angry, particularly if something actually does happen.
It's good to meet again. You look...
Nice suit, buddy.
Like shit.
Thank you.
I feel like shit.
Lovely little
It's getting worse.
I'm sorry to hear this. We should go.
Hellman. What the hell is Hellman doing here?
Wait a minute. When we last saw one another, we spoke of a construct in your head that could influence your decision-making. The same construct that, in its former life, detonated 2 nuclear warheads inside Arasaka Tower. And now you and this construct have volunteered to sort out things in Arasaka.
What is this about?
Has no one told you? Shame. The engram inside is Johnny fucking Silverhand. Recognize the name?
The terrorist?
We're gonna do this here? You couldn't have told him this in the car?
Johnny's my concern, not yours. This is my decision. You didn't play a part. Gave you my trust once, Takamura. Now do the same for me.
That is enough for me. Let us go to the car. Hanako-sama is waiting.
Ooh. I understand his skepticism.
He may be satisfied. I will be watching you.
I get it, man. I totally understand. However, I didn't arm 2 nuclear warheads.
We are almost there. Why has she not called?
Hanako-sama, they may have cut communication at the residence.
Something has gone wrong.
Reckless driving will not improve the situation.
I'm not your bloody chauffeur! I didn't agree to this.
None of us did, matter of fact.
You are awake.
Don't remember conking out.
Eyes open now. We'll arrive shortly.
Oh, baby. Okay. I'm going to use this as an opportunity to say to anybody watching this VOD, thank you so much for watching it. Thanks for being along for this amazing ride. I have really enjoyed it a lot. I appreciate you all. Make sure you hit a thumbs up.
Natural. Just everyone be still and calm, and this will all go smoothly.
Howdy.
Is everything in order?
No one is allowed onto the estate until further notice. By order of Yorinobu Arasaka.
Hanako is expecting us. Be a good chap and don't make this difficult.
By order of Yorinobu Arasaka.
You must be joking. Surely you know my face.
I do, but not theirs. Identify yourselves.
Name's V.
Efficient, effective, good work. Blast it all.
What now?
They won't let us anywhere near her.
We are not here to ask anyone's permission. Hellman, go and bring the AV here. Things will get very messy soon. V, you will come with me.
I am in the bedroom in the central part of the building. Anders, you get the AV. But first, we must neutralize the 4 guards. Takemura, V, is your task clear?
We neutralize.
I will obstruct their communications so that no support arrives.
We will take the left side, through the garden.
I put this guy's body in the trunk? Oh, jeez.
So, we must be aware of the mech.
I couldn't risk him alerting everybody and this thing going haywire. Like, as much as I don't like the idea of knocking that guy out, it's the better option. Because it quiets him, it gives us an opportunity to get in. There doesn't appear to be anybody else out here to discover him except for the mech, and to me, it gives us more of an opportunity to get in there than if he sounds the alarm and we have to deal with a bunch of bullshit. So, Hanako is not... She is opposed to Yorinobu right now. She is not in cahoots.
There are 5 more guards outside, and a dweller in the garage on the left.
Okay. Shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, nice NDA. Okay, I could use a stress ball about now. All right, let's do this.
1 guard in the courtyard, another near the pool. Number 3 on the terrace, the last inside.
All right, nice and easy. Got them all pinged. Neutralize the elite guards. Man, so I have to actually take them out. I would rather not.
Be careful.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Ping.
Did they notice us?
Oh, man. I don't... I have to... Goddamn. So I really have to take these guys out. This is going to be really tricky. Take this guy's optics out and try to move forward. It's... Oh shit. Oh shit.
He's a fucking psycho!
I have being on the way.
They know you are here. You must neutralize them. All of them.
Oh.
I will reach your shoulder.
Oh man. It seems like it was gonna have to go this way. I don't know, man. Oh, there's a net runner. Good. Okay. Love that. Love that for me. Come on, Skippy. Curve, baby, curve. Oh boy. Oh man, I could use my sniper. I could use my sniper. I'm doing this.
Careful! Activate brother!
Together!
Oh shit, there he is.
God damn it!
Oh my god, there's so many. Oh, there's so many.
Go, go, go!
Oh god. Oh god.
Reload!
Out of ammo? Great. Oh my god. I gotta get, okay. I have to get my sniper out. This shotgun is worthless. So sniper. Oh god. I have to use the Overwatch. Ah. Oh boy. And we run. And we run.
He's coming for me.
Oh.
見事だ。さあ来い。
Oh boy. Oh boy.
すぐに終わらせてやる。
God damn it, dude. Okay, so I have my full disclosure. My hack button is a button on the mouse that I can't easily access with this cast on. Beat him. Come on, Skippy. This is not how I wanted this to go. Hell yeah. What the hell was that, Takemura?
I need cover!
I believe. Yes, that is the last of your noble people. I await you.
We are done. We need the AV. Now. Me, Arasaka-sama, run up to him. We'll be there soon.
Alright. Well. Let's get, boy. Grab what we can. Laid waste to a bunch of Arasaka goons. Not exactly what I wanted, but... such is life sometimes, you know? I plan for order, I get chaos.
I'm nearing the residence.
She's just chilling here the whole time like this?
These people, they simply left me no choice.
Did what we had to.
This is why I have remained outside, uninvolved. So as not to have to make decisions such as these. Yet now...
We turn the TV off for this.
I believe a war has just begun.
Oh boy. Yeah, well.
War's a bit much, isn't it? A little loaded word for any Arasaka.
Is that what you believe?
Just counting bodies. You, me, Goro, and Hellman makes 4. Actually, 3.5.
There is Oda, too. We will meet him there.
Pretty quick to get back on his feet.
He was provided with excellent care.
Anyway, against all Arasaka and its armies, that's not much.
My brother is not all of Arasaka. Not yet, at least.
Should have hid the bodies.
He knows this well. It is the reason he surrounds himself with criminals like Adam Smasher.
That's supposed to make me feel better. The reality is we're on our own.
My father was on his own, and he built an empire.
You know what? You know what I need to do real quick? Your boy needs to make some ammo. That's what I need to do. Ammo. Let's get ourselves some pistol ammo. Let's get ourselves some rifle ammo. get ourselves some sniper ammo. And you know what? Hey, some shotgun ammo won't hurt either. You know, something tells me that's not the last time I'm gonna fail at stealth. I also don't like that allusion to Adam Smasher. Not a good idea, brother. We need our faculties. What are you doing?
Too early for champagne. But if it helps you calm down, does anyone else have trembling hands?
No need. My hands are fine.
I might beg to differ, V.
I'm not drinking.
Rest of me's up to scratch, too.
That is a lie. He faded out in the car.
Just tired.
That is to be expected. Your central nervous system is a shambles. To be honest, it's a miracle you can still walk.
Watch your tone, or it is you who will find it hard to walk.
Enough.
Nakamura, you sweetie pie. Oh my god. He's defending me. That was awesome. All right. Dude's got my back. You want to send a nice little signal to me that you got my back? That's how you do it right there, brother. I'm in. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We must make haste. Once Yorinobu has been dealt with, we shall attend to your needs.
Well, you keep saying this phrase, dealt with. Very intense, Hanako. Very intense. Does he know we're coming? Oh boy, yeah. Hellman's a mess. Dude, are you gonna be able to keep it together? Like, if you got something going on, you need to tell me now. Because we can't afford to have you shaky and out of sorts here, man. Shh. Her calmness and being so reserved is very interesting. I've talked about this in other playthroughs, but when a person in position of power or like amongst the group like this is this calm, it can exacerbate the anxiety of the others because they can no longer resolve anxiety through the other person. So she becomes in some ways a projection board for all of the anxiety that I might be experiencing in this moment. And I am not going to go in that direction. I think one of the things that I'm gonna try to put her calmness in context. She's probably learned that she has to be unemotional by virtue of being a woman in this like very male-driven family. But I think she probably has some sort of ace in the hole. Like, I really think she is going to have some sort of evidence that is irrefutable for what I am about to bring to the board. I don't think she does this without that being calculated. So I'm going to choose to use her calmness as her knowing exactly what she's doing and that I am probably in good hands. Because this is a big thing that she's doing. She has to have something here that she's not telling us that is going to make a big difference when I present what I have to present.
Did you prepare a receipt?
Oh boy.
Quite.
Not now. Not now. Also, what the hell kind of answer is that, dude? Oh boy. After you. No, 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 no.
Slowly.
Thanks.
You can do it. We are almost there.
Appreciate the encouragement, dude, but oh man. By the way, the reason I grabbed for Takamura instead of standing up myself, that was a conscious decision. I'm not kidding anybody at this point. They know I'm messed up. They know that I'm affected. Me trying to stand on my own there makes it seem like I'm more okay than I am, and I'm not fooling anybody. Me grabbing Takamura's hand sends a message to Hellman and Hanako. Most importantly, Hanako. His willingness to reach out to me, grab my hand, bring me up, and be encouraging shows that he trusts me, and I am leveraging as much of that as I possibly can in Hanako's eye. And in Hellman's, to an extent. Because Hellman is clearly intimidated by Takamura. So there is a very real message that gets sent there to the others by me being willing to grab his hand. It's an acknowledgement that I am struggling. It's also an acknowledgement that me and Takamura are... And that's a big deal here. It also shows that he trusts me, which I think is very important for them to see as well. He's a good dude. We left him hanging a long time.
Takemura, gather your force. Every loyal soldier must stand ready.
We shall await your signal.
V, you must come with me.
Oh my god.
This way.
This is gonna be nuts. This is gonna be nuts. This is where it all began.
We won't get another chance.
To do what?
To fill me in on your plan.
What if I have none?
Don't play dumb with me,
This isn't the time.
You and Takemura had a plan the day of the parade. Moments later, you had nothing. Your plan was in tatters. And yet we are here now. Do you know why? Because sometimes you have to look the truth in the eye. Back then, that is what I did, thanks to you. You have a very honest look.
That's how we're swinging the Arasaka board? You want me to stare at them?
Weapon at the ready.
If my charms don't work, we go for more tried and tested methods. I see what you're getting at.
You have yet to see. As do they all.
Why are you being cryptic with me? There's no reason for that. I'm here, man. I took you up on the offer.
Where are we actually going?
This is one of Arasaka's most closely guarded secrets.
Hang on, is this...
Father's office. A faithful replica of the original in Tokyo. He ordered one made in every Arasaka branch on the planet. Every last detail, every item. arranged as if he could navigate it blind. That is the way he is, meticulous, fastidious.
Was.
That was no mistake that she said is. What?
I beg your pardon?
Meant to say was.
Symbols are more resilient than you think. The question is, if the faction leaders remain loyal to Arasaka values, and if they will find the courage to admit their mistake.
Odds of that happening are...
higher than you may think.
Oh, she's got something.
Come.
She has something. What would she... Okay. This is like a big old puzzle, and I love trying to figure this out. She has something. She uses the word is with Saburo. She brings us to his office. She believes that she has the ability to throw Yorinobu for a loop. Quite honestly, this is a shot in the dark. Complete shot in the dark. To me, the only person that overrides Yorinobu is Saburo. Would be his eyewitness testimony. Saburo says, yeah, he choked me out. Which, to me, is like, again, they're a thorough organization. Is Saburo on a card? Like, are we about to walk in and have some dude all of a sudden show I'm Saburo? Do they have it? Like, I don't know, man. But there's too much. There's so many clues that tell me that we haven't seen the last of Saburo. And that's going to be freaking nutty if this dude shows up, man. To me, that seems absolutely ridiculous. But she knows something.
We're going down.
I told you. Mikoshi can be accessed only from a room beneath Arasaka Tower. Before we interrupt this board meeting, we must do one more thing.
Huh? Keep getting this weird feeling you're not telling me the whole truth.
Because I am not telling you the whole truth. I am cautious.
Thought you said we trusted each other.
There is trust between us now. That is why you are here. So earlier, soon after you abducted me, I sought his counsel.
No.
Whose?
Way. No freaking way.
Father's.
No fucking way, man. Are you kidding me?
Sit down, please. I will need a moment.
I just got goosebumps, man.
His office is not the only replica he created.
What?
Otou-sama.
Father. Oh my god.
この人よ。
It is he. You stole from my company.
Fuck me, Dizzy.
You aided in my daughter's abduction. Now you will bring my son to his demise. One might think you have a grudge against Arasaka. You could have warned me.
Could have given me a heads up.
No, I could not have.
Why?
I forbade her from doing so.
V, you are being disrespectful.
Dude, come on. Really?
Why am I here?
I wish to see you with my own eyes.
Because...
It never ceases to amaze me how so much can at times depend on an ordinary individual. Life, death, and in between. Glass. That is what we are doing. Making the dividing line thinner and thinner. And you became part of this process. I suppose I should thank you.
Thanks won't be near enough.
This I know. You will be compensated appropriately. I am ready, Hanako. Let's begin. What are we doing?
Otoh-sama.
What are we doing? You better... No.
It is done. We may go.
What are we doing?
Let's get out of here.
Oh my god. So Saburo's gonna be super mad because Saburo's son killed him, which is against family, which makes this even more complex. This is nuts.
Johnny, fuck no, not now.
It won't be much longer, V. Will you stay with us?
We're on weaker by the minute. We gotta hurry.
Indeed we do. Dire moments are upon us.
We're gonna focus on what we can control. Report any suspicious activity on the premises.
Hanako-sama. You.
What up, buddy?
Is it just these?
The rest are in position, ready to do as instructed. These are the most effective by match and loyal.
To me or to my money?
I would say it's 20% to 80, Hanako-sama.
Very well. It will have to do. Now come.
Great question.
You in on this?
In on what?
Saburo's comeback. Just spoke to his construct.
What?
He digitized his engram. Made copies. In case he died.
No. He would have told me.
Why? So you take your job as his bodyguard lightly?
Aryan.
It cannot be.
Feel that, Goro? Night City just gave you another kick in the nuts. Running start this time.
V! Come on! V's diversion of his frustrations about this entire situation to Takamura are absolutely uncalled for. Takamura has had our back throughout this entire mission. It is absolute bullshit that V is still giving Takamura a hard time. Honestly, in some ways, I chalk that up to terrible writing. There is no reason that I can think of that V would be this agitated with Takamura at this point. Like, for him to say, yeah, see this? Night City's coming to kick you in the balls, dude, is such a shitty comment and is so out of place for this moment. I just... What?
If we cannot convince them, we could lose control of the situation.
Then what? Need me to neutralize them too?
Keep your weapon at hand. And do not utter a word until I ask you to. No matter what happens, you must trust me.
could relocate.
I have up until this point.
You know, so there are other islands around. It sounds very...
I am late. Apologies.
Oh man, she's good. She's so good. Being late is a power move. It's a power move. It says, I don't give a shit about your time. That's what it says. Big power move on her. Not only does she show up late, she brings people with she brings people that you don't recognize. She is totally taking control of this situation, which is why I'm going to follow her into the dark here. I'm putting my cards on Hanako. Brilliant. She has played this beautifully all the way through.
Hanako, what are you doing here?
My brother, where is he?
He told us to start without him.
Then, begin without him, we shall.
Begin what?
The removal of Yorinobu from his position as CEO of Arasaka.
Did I hear you correctly? What are you doing? You cannot...
Hanako, I believe you owe us an explanation.
V, this is your seat.
I will not let you treat me this way.
May I? Everyone's waiting.
Find a seat. This is a seat. Where am I sitting?
This is outrageous.
Much obliged.
Yorinobu murdered my father and exploited his death to justify his warmongering. And you knew of this. All of you.
Fascinating.
Careful what you say.
Yes, indeed. Worse than nothing else. Is this all you have?
I have an eyewitness.
It's true. All of it. Saw it with my own eyes.
What did you see?
I saw Yorinobu strangle Saburo Arasaka.
More interesting with each minute.
These people have no reason to believe me. Or if they do believe me, they have no reason to admit it. They are trapped in a corner. My expectation here is that these are a bunch of people that have learned to fight under times of adversity and to exert power. So my anticipation is that this is going to get defensive and escalated very quickly because they are either going to be outed and then they're going to go pigeonhole themselves into their position, or they're going to be so flustered by this testimony if they had no idea what was going on. We are in the gauntlet right now. This is the 9th ring of hell as it relates to corporate escalation and just people getting real defensive and shitty. So we're in for it. We are locked in.
I can confirm this.
Says the wanted man.
A serious accusation, admittedly, but nothing more.
If our testimony is not enough, perhaps you will listen to my father.
Oh.
Oh, look how big. You are all despicable.
Arasaka-sama.
Either you let yourself be fooled like children, or you were guided by opportunism. Whatever the case may be, you do not merit your positions.
This? Is this to convince us? Ah, magic trick.
Barreto, I told you this once before when you feared all-out war with Militech. You lack 3 things: confidence, intelligence, and a dick.
Arasaka-sama,
It is clear nothing has changed in that regard. Oh, God.
It's him.
Arasaka-sama, what is your command?
You follow Hanako's orders. You will treat every word she speaks as if it came from my lips.
Objections?
happening?
Clearly,
Adam, is that you?
someone objects.
Who activated the lockdown?
Is it you? Is this your doing, Hanako? To lock us in here so we devour each other like rats in a cage?
Hear that?
Have you brought more of this filth from the street? I asked.
Skippy, you're worse, buddy. Oh my god. Be my eyes and ears.
Elite squads. He sought to
Neutralize us.
I did not believe he would go to such lengths.
He strangled your
I
dad.
will gather a force and take control of.
Is she? Oh my god. We have thought this entire thing out, and you're gonna tell me that you didn't consider that Yorinobu would bring the heat? You're gonna tell me that that's your oversight? He's choked out your dad. He doesn't give a shit about the family. Oh my god. If there's anything I would have trusted her to have covered, it would have been that she would assume that when we get attacked, why do you think she called for soldiers? You can't play dumb now, Hanako. Are you kidding me? What?
Arasaka Tower. You must find my brother. This lift will take you to the upper atrium. From there, you can reach Yorinobu's floor.
Hanako-sama, I can be of assistance.
So be it. But he is not to be harmed. You are to capture him, nothing more. He is still my brother. If you harm a hair on his head, our agreement will be void.
I will.
You know what? Okay. You know what? It does kind of make sense. Now that I've cooled off a little bit and I think about this, it actually makes sense. Not that I agree with it, but it makes sense. So when Saburo showed up there and stood on the table as a towering projection, you saw immediately the complete change in tone of the table. Everybody immediately shifted because what Hanako is operating off of is the assumption that roles and positions within a hierarchy are enough to exert force and influence on others. Which might be the way that the higher-ups at Arasaka Corp roll, but that's not how the people of Night City roll. And what's kind of fascinating is that Yorinobu is gutting Arasaka from within by using means that regular folks use. Because she's so out of touch with the way the world works that she had assumed that everybody would just be fine because they have reverence for Saburo, and they don't. They are paid for. And so Yorinobu can pay people to use violence, which honestly is more forceful than words, as we just saw, because now we have everybody in the board is dead. So this oversight for her, I think, is partly a reflection of her being out of touch of other means of force. You know, she said bring a gun, but she's acting as if she didn't anticipate that he was going to bring an army, and I'm guessing Adam Smasher. So they're both pretty good at what they do, but there are definitely blind spots. We all have them. This just happens to be hers.
Go! Takemura-san, V, I wish you the best of luck.
兄の部下が一人残らず降伏するまでよ。報告を待ってるわ。
I mean, even when she asked about the soldiers, she asked about their loyalty, not about how powerful they are. I mean, there's a lot there.
Look what we have here.
Are you serious?
Reloading!
Jeez. This thing should be just mowing us down. Oh, there we go. Gonna take all the ammo I have. Look at you guys. You should probably like get down. Alright. That's good. I guess we could have avoided it by going this way, huh?
Flanking formation!
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's wounded! Reloading! He's using cover! And who is this threat?
Come on. Hop up. Oh, all right, more of them. Cool. Ooh, now we got the big pit boss guys.
Target's in hiding! Firing at close range!
Best sniper in Night City. Boom.
Fire! Fire! Cover! Soldiers
Oh, take the elevator. We don't even got to kill these guys. Let's go, boys. Let's get out of here. Come on.
I was wrong about Yorinobu. The Arasaka bowed his own sister. He's not simply deceitful, he is insane.
Won't be long now. We'll nab him.
My people are ready. They await my orders. What should I tell them? An open attack?
Nah, Yorinobu expects that. Sly and quiet, that's us.
Like thieves?
Like thieves. Your people, tell them to stay behind us.
I hope that was the right decision. Hey, where were you guys?
Secure the area. They hold your position. Only we two will go on. But if you hear shots, you must come and support us.
Get out of my way.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Understood. On your command. Eliminate. Attack!
Oh boy. Okay. Get to the elevator. Shouldn't be too horribly difficult. At least I hope. Of course, this freaking mech? Really? Maybe sly and quiet isn't the way. I don't care about any of that.
My people will take back the control room shortly. Go to the lift in the middle on level 3. Quickly.
Yeah, I'm working on it, Hanako. I got a whole freaking army here I gotta fight. And I gotta somehow figure out how to reboot this guy's optics. Come on. Come on. One more. Come on. One more.
They notice us.
Really?
He's attacking me!
Are you kidding me? Shit.
I see the stairs.
Let's go. We're hauling ass. Let's go. Come on, Takamura. Come on, buddy. Let's go. Get in.
The lockdown has been lifted. Be very careful. Yorinobu's men are certain to be in position. I will join you once we have the situation under control.
2067.
Oh.
An Arasaka bodyguard shields the Emperor of Japan from an assassin's bullet. 2071. Arasaka security forces prevent mass riots in San Francisco, saving the city from certain ruin. 2074. An Arasaka investigation eliminates a terror cell in Rio de Janeiro, ending a string of attacks and executing those responsible. 2076.
You have received veteran support.
Oh my lord.
Guards are taken care of.
There is a large room ahead. My brother's most capable men guard it. You know what to do.
Get ready. Yorinobu employs some exceptional.
Well, they haven't met me yet.
My netrunners have dealt with the doors. You can keep moving.
I'm guessing that I am gonna have to fight Atom Smasher. Man, these guys got messed up. Holy shit. Come on,
As if
V.
they were gonna make this easy.
Your meat is
Hey, buddy. What's up? Okay. 7, 8. Oh, I didn't think this through. E9, 55, 160.
Atom Smasher! Fucking knew it! Trust me, I know.
Oh, man.
beyond you.
He has so much health. Oh my god. Okay.
You are a traitor, Goro. And now, I as the corporation will crush you. That will be my pleasure. Struggle if you wish. Pathetic.
I will crush your hateful heart. It has been too long.
Survival favors the strong.
Takamura, you're a tank, buddy. Way to go.
Pathetic.
Atom Smasher's got all this armor. You're in a suit. And you're just gonna tank this for me. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you.
I require backup.
Are you built to endure?
Oh man. Oh man.
I will bring your prey from your skull.
Off the top of my head, Gavin, no. I do not.
So very human.
Reloading.
Mercy is the
Oh, great.
Watch out, V. Keep moving.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, what's up, Adam? Itch.
Oh, I missed it.
What's it?
Oh, what a shot. I need... Oh, I can't craft. That sucks. Oh god, if I run out of ammo, this is gonna be real bad. Yeah, of course he's gonna bring more goons in too. Oh my god. Ah.
It is angry! The beast is angry!
Scrub out this rot cow!
Arasaka-sama banzai!
Don't prolong the
Jeez.
face me. Where is Rome? Wanted no part of this raid, you cunt. Once I finish with you, I'll hunt her down.
Cover you! Heads down!
Where's Adam? Well, he's starting to... He's not looking great. Shit. Oh, shit. I can hit his goons, no problem. Hit him?
Arasaka-sama banzai! Reloading!
Is this the pain?
He is
Oh,
weak!
boy.
End him! It's time now! Or never!
He is in bad shape.
すぐに終わらせて
This is actually kind of cool that he's like been weakened this badly. Skippy, finish him off, buddy. This is your moment. This is your moment, Skippy.
Atom Smasher. Finally. Done and gone. What's your take, Johnny? Son of a bitch. It's basically scrap. Suppose it'll have to do. And Smasher, don't bother trying to get up. You pile of junk.
Mercy for this thing?
It's never too late. Something to think about.
Boy, Johnny's pissed. Johnny wants him dead. Honestly, I don't know, man.
How about that, Johnny? That was for you.
Rightly so. He did not deserve mercy.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, he would have killed me without a second thought. I'm not really that worried about that. Oh, man. Come on. We're so close.
Almost there.
I am as well. Remember, do not harm a hair on his head.
I remember. Privilege is all yours.
I will stay here. If I go through that door, I will kill him. And
Good
your agreement
self-restraint.
with Hanako-sama will be undone.
Good for you for knowing that, dude.
It is the last favor I can do for you.
Thanks, Goro. Can't believe we actually pulled it off.
Go, V. Finish what we started.
Violent delights with violent ends. You?
Remember me, big
Where's
dog?
my sister?
Be here any sec now.
Putting a lot of
Till
faith in
then,
her here.
Supposed to watch you. So don't try anything.
What would I try? I have tried everything. Nothing else remains.
This... you won't need.
Just one bullet left. It's not for you.
Yeah, well.
Look. What do you see?
Terror and deaths that could have been avoided.
Avoided?
You've lost.
It is they who have lost. Kyoto. Dubai. Paris. These people had a chance today, but they lost it.
A chance? A chance for what?
To forget their fear.
This how you want to help people forget their fear? By killing them. Sorry. Just don't get it.
Fear. Ever since I can remember, the one thing I cannot deny him. He knew how to cause fear in people.
Saburo.
He once told me anything of value is only a flag blowing in wind. And wind is fear. And then, you know what he did? Blew in my face. That was the one time he was wrong. And others? It worked on them. They feared him. Even now, you saw. Idiots terrified of a dead man talking from a box. Pathetic.
So a lot of times people wonder, why would somebody who has experienced intense fear, potentially even violence and abuse in their childhood and from the people that raised them, why would that person ever go on to do that to others if they know how bad it is? Saburo is a really powerful man and used fear to drive a lot of the interactions, which is Yorinobu is talking about here. Unfortunately, what Yorinobu learned is that submission to Saburo only leads to more pain for him and for others that he cares about. So he fights back with what he has seen represented in his life as powerful, which is violence and aggression. And he has learned that that is the only way that you can control your environment and other people. And so he takes what he's learned and he uses it to overturn who he perceived himself as powerless against, but then learns that's how you have power and doesn't learn alternative strategies, and thus then goes about his life doing the same thing that he was afraid of from his own father. This happens all the time. Does it excuse the violence and problematic behavior of folks who choose to act this way? No. But it does explain it. And I really see this as a great representation of that process. Of you learn that the only way you can exert influence on your environment is through aggression and violence and power. And thus, that's what you use to overcome your circumstances, but it also is the only thing that was represented to you. Nurture is a powerful force. And Yorinobu is trying to justify some of his bad decisions using that explanation. And it doesn't work.
I would change that. If only you did not appear.
Yeah, maybe. But I don't care. I don't really care how invested he is in his family. Like, that's not my problem. I'm here because I want to be divested from the chip that's in my head. That's why I'm here. Your family business and drama is your family business and drama.
Huh. Truly. 50 years ago, terrorists blew this building into smoke.
Yeah, so I heard.
And? What did it give us?
Not much.
Nothing. But I learned lesson. If planting bombs not enough, what can you do? You become bomb.
Or you use your power to change the system.
Hanako.
Nisan.
Yorinobu. I've been waiting for you. When the world turns to rubble, you always appear. Quiet. Not in front of strangers.
I thank you, V. That will be all.
Not all. Not yet.
I will keep my end of our agreement. You will go with Hellman.
And you?
I must stay with my brother.
Come. Time to look to your problem.
Now, I think it's probably pretty easy to get mad at her here. Be like, what? Really? But you know what? And I mean this with the utmost sincerity that I can mean this with. I don't care. I don't care. You know what? You do you. You figure out what you want to do with your brother. It has become blatantly obvious that there is very little I can do to deal with Arasaka Corporation. And honestly, that's not my fight. That was never my fight. Arasaka Corporation is Johnny's fight. Johnny cared enough about him to nuke him. I don't give a shit. I want to survive the chip in my head. I don't give a shit if Yorinobu dies or stays alive if I'm dead. So, whatever. If I can go with Hellman and I can get the chip figured out, fine by me. You figure out what you want to do with your brother. You figure it out. As far as I'm concerned, I did you a favor. You'll probably protect me. You'll probably compensate me. We'll get it figured out. I'm not, that's not my battle. It's not my fight. I don't care. I did what I had to do in order to get my chip done. That's the whole purpose of us doing this. And if anything, I'm more aligned with, like, you know, Johnny and all that stuff than I am with the Arasakas. They could screw me over in any minute, and I'm not an idiot. I understand that. I'm not one of the family now because of what I just did. So I gotta be realistic about this. So see you later. Do whatever you're gonna do. I don't care. I need to not die here.
Fate is a fickle mistress, isn't she?
Sure.
Say what now? You spend your whole life fighting something, only to become that very same thing. Quite literally.
What they say. It's time you rested. Take one last trip. Wow. This, what? Oh, I lost all my money? Okay, whatever, I don't care. This is Mikoshi. This must be Mikoshi. Beautiful. Oh, what up, Johnny?
It worked. I did it. Johnny, Hanako kept her word.
Looking at you now reminds me of the moment we met. Still see that same small-time merc, little thief with his head in the clouds. Haven't changed a bit.
Got it all wrong. No way that V would have ever made it this far. Just wouldn't have survived. I had to grow stronger. And I did.
Maybe. But that V also couldn't stomach betrayal.
Wait, that's what you think? I betrayed you?
Worse. Lars, you betrayed yourself.
It's fine. You can be mad, dude.
What the hell you mean by that?
Biochip did more than just blend our memories. That line that kept V and Silverhand separate, well, faded a while back.
I'm still here. I know what I want, and I know where I came from.
I. Who's this I? You even know? Oh, V.
I'm the V who chose to live.
Same drive that kept Silverhand going his whole life. That drive and two thoughts. Never look back. Never look to those around you. Just keep moving. Look ahead. Stare death straight in the eye.
And he built his entire life around that narrative. And this is a really delicate moment because he's probably right that we have mind melded. There are similarities amongst all human beings. We tend to look more towards differences. I think it's worthy of appreciating differences. It's going to be very easy for him to find parallels and everything because he does have access to my memories and I have access to his. Like, we're in a very complicated conversation right now because it's unprecedented as it relates to psychology. So I'm more interested in seeing how this plays out before I do any kind of analysis on it.
You're not the only rebel around here.
And I'm not the only one to have missed the bigger picture. We're a tangled web, you and me. One and the same. So if you're here to tell me something, it's because you need to hear it yourself.
This is it, Johnny. I just came to say goodbye, that's all. Listen, I'm on an operating table getting sliced open. Arasaka docs are taking the chip out as we speak. I mean, you knew it'd end this way. That the day would come when I'd want to be normal again. Want my life back.
Normal's overrated. If it exists at all. They're cutting a piece of us out, and that'll leave a hole forever.
That was the deal we made. I'd stay, you'd go.
Deal was to fight, side by side, have each other's backs.
And we did that, we won.
Better to die on your feet than live on your knees. You sold a part of yourself, of us, to a megacorp. Was it really worth it?
If you're all paranoid about being thrown in another Arasaka prison, don't be. They're gonna shred you.
You're never gonna get it. It's not about Arasaka. Not even about life and death.
Then what's it all about, Johnny? Enlighten me.
The principle, V. It's always about the principle. Swap meat for chrome, live a BD fantasy, whatever. But at the end of it all, it's the code you live by that defines who you are.
Hard disagree with that. A lot of people do bad things and justify it by the code they live by. The code you live by is not how you are measured as it relates to your participation in life. Your behaviors and the decisions you make are what define you in the eyes of basically everybody else besides yourself. So Johnny uses his ideological paradigm to justify placing 2 nuclear warheads in a building that had many innocent folks that were trying to get by in it. His conviction and his principles and his values might be how he sees himself, but that's not the legacy he leaves behind. The legacy you leave behind are the decisions you make, are the behaviors you choose, and how you engage with others. It doesn't matter if I'm well-intentioned if every time I do something I cause harm to others. Impact is, by and large, more important than intent. So I fundamentally disagree with what Johnny is saying here.
Ever get lost? It shows you the way home. Bust up into pieces, it puts you back together again.
That rocker boy Silverhand's credo? Words he lived by?
Something Johnny picked up from V. The old V.
Conversation's pointless. Goodbye, Johnny.
Johnny is currently having to reckon with the fact that I am making a decision to end him. He understandably is going to try to tie up a bunch of loose ends here for himself. In the same way that he's saying anything I have to say to him is me saying it to myself, it's the same thing for him. He's saying things to me that he needs to say to himself. If we're truly melded in the way that it's been discussed that we are, anything he says to me is also true for him. So he is also trying to vie for autonomy amidst this melding in the same way that I am. Because deep down, as much as humans need to be connected and want relationships, we also do value our autonomy, and we value the control we have over the things that we do and the things that we think. And it's what makes this entire process so complex, because we have to acknowledge that we're being connected. We have to acknowledge the importance of that connection, but we're also vying for ways to differentiate ourselves from each other. Arguments are a really great way to do that. Because anytime we move closer to agreeing on something, then it scrambles us, because we have to wonder if that's actually my conviction or his. As opposed to if we diametrically oppose each other at every possible point we can, we get to maintain some semblance of autonomy. Really fascinating stuff. Again, this is so unprecedented from a psychology perspective. He's going to walk away on his own terms.
Remember what Dex asked you? Quiet life or blaze of glory?
Sure, I remember.
Shame you chose wrong. Damn shame.
Yeah, wrong for you. I don't care if I go down in a blaze of glory if I'm not alive to see it.
In addition, numerous brain functions remain dormant. The neural impulses have been rerouted to the neural processor, a temporary measure.
When can I expect a full report?
I will send it by the end of this week.
My congratulations again on your success. Goodbye.
Please prepare the patient's room.
Where is it? What? Where's Johnny?
The construct has been cleared from all engrams. The madness is past.
So...
We shredded him, as agreed.
I'm hearing... purple. What the...
The synesthesia is temporary. We had to create additional synapses in your brain.
I think I'm gonna be sick. Having trouble remembering how I got here.
Some memories you have lost permanently. Others will return in time. You must stay calm. Your neural processor is overburdened. Any unnecessary stress response will only make things worse.
Just a reminder, chat, please no spoilers. Nothing that even resembles a spoiler. This is a blind run.
I'm alive. I'm really alive. It worked.
We won't know this for certain until testing has been completed.
I want out.
Please take the patient away. Notepad. Progression and its further trajectory remain unclear. Removing the tumors proved a difficult task. But the operation on the engram was the real challenge.
Let's go.
Is the ship of Theseus, dismantled into component parts and reassembled, still the same ship?
It's the entire premise of
We
this
are
entire game.
pioneers, the first to ever separate mentally conjoined twins. Yes, in the end, even the human soul can go under the knife. End Please take the patient away.
Am I in space?
When in Kyoto, I hear the cuckoo calling and long for Kyoto.
Huh?
Please rest. A doctor will be with you shortly.
Guy sounds like Takamura. It's me.
Come here.
What?
Waiting for you. Come here.
This is a dream.
Saburo Arasaka lives once more, though now in the body of his son. The CEO was reported dead months ago, but now it's been revealed that a copy of his consciousness was made before his death. It appears his consciousness was used to overwrite that of his son and heir Yorinobu Arasaka. This shocking development was revealed at a press conference earlier today.
Welcome, everyone. My grandfather once told me a fallen flower cannot return to its branch. From the moment a person becomes conscious of their being, they live in fear of death. Mankind's oldest and greatest fear has been overcome. Here before you I stand now, Saburo Arasaka, alive in the body of my son. I once gave life to my Yorinobu. In return, he has demonstrated the depth of a son's love and returned this gift to me. Oh my god. Oh my god. In my absence, Yorinobu made several decisions aimed at transferring our company. In these, he erred, or transforming our company. Under my leadership, the Arasaka Corporation will return to its roots strong enough to move the heaviest stones. Thank you.
Today is truly a historic day. Today, technology has fulfilled the promise left empty by religion. Saburo-sama.
Thank you, Saburo. You are an inspiration.
Please get ready. Testing will begin shortly. We must complete a series of tests. Please do not hinder or delay. Parietal lobe examination. Please use your Kiroshi scanner and read the displayed text. Please use your Kiroshi.
And it was a sight to behold, he said, how a soul would choose its life. Sometimes pitiable, sometimes laughable, at times wonderful and strange.
That's enough. Cognitive function test. Solve the cube.
To be fair, I wouldn't know how to do that.
Please link yourself to the device. Higher order representation formation, initiating test. The patient is ready to be examined.
Higher order representation what?
Engram surgery carries an elevated risk of the onset of personality disorder. The test is essential.
What's this thingamajig for?
It measures pupillary response.
What are these tests meant to test?
Initiate device calibration. Respond to the keywords. No thinking, just the first word that comes to mind. Journey.
Odyssey.
Home.
The city.
Enemy.
Death.
Principal.
Rebellion.
Betrayal.
Arasaka.
You're in a cornfield. Tall, green plants as far as the eye can see. The sun is bright, blinding. The stalks of corn part as you walk forward. You come across a clearing left by an automated combine in its wake. The heat has made your mouth dry and sticky. You spot a rodent's nest at your feet. The machine has torn through the soft soil. You spot blind, newborn field mice around their mother. The machine has left her sliced in two. They lie in perfect symmetry, a tiny rodent rosette. Your mouth begins to water. A shadow gradually falls over the ground, the first rain cloud of the year. Yes, right. Measurements complete.
How'd I do?
We will see. Motor function test. Please step onto the treadmill. Motor function test. Please connect to the device.
What's this test all about?
Please walk. Gradually accelerate.
How am I doing?
Please control your breathing. Accelerate by 3.
Shit.
Get up. You can't stay here.
Saburo Arasaka has returned from the dead in the body of his son, Yorinobu Arasaka. A letter of protest regarding the apparent resurrection has been signed by religious leaders, human rights groups, and Virtue 100 company CEOs.
This is an abomination, born of unchecked vanity, technocratic arrogance, complete moral collapse.
Our position is clear. Saburo Arasaka's seizure of power is in violation of international law. International arbitration is absolutely necessary to...
Do we really want to live in a world where the rich and powerful can become immortal? Where they can continue to take from the poor? Not only their livelihoods, but even their You are gods! You are gods! You are gods! You are gods! Life is not portrayed! Life is not...
But Saburo Arasaka has issued his response in similarly strong terms. There will be no appeasement.
What happens within Arasaka Corp is a concern of no one except Arasaka Corp employees. I required no one's permission to be born, nor do I require it now to live once more. Really grasping for straws there. Allegations that I murdered my son are completely unfounded and have no legal basis. The mutual and consensual transfer of one's own body can be defined in the law as an act of donation, far removed from the qualifications of murder. Murder requires the biological death of the organism, but as you can see, the life in this body has not been extinguished.
Please get ready. Testing will begin shortly.
Oh my god. This is not exactly what I wanted to survive for.
Cognitive function test. Solve the cube. Next test, please connect your personal link. Higher order representation formation, initiating test. The patient is ready to be examined.
Let's start this thing.
Device calibration. Please respond to each keyword with your initial association.
As quick as I can, no thinking. Got it.
Illness.
Me.
Rebellion.
Johnny.
I, me.
Transformation.
The present.
Solitude.
The future.
Nothing comes to mind.
You're in a cornfield. Tall green plants as far as the eye can see. The sun is in your eyes, bright, blinding. The stalks of corn part as you walk forward. You come across a clearing left by an automated combine in its wake. The heat has made your mouth dry and sticky. You spot a rodent's nest at your feet. The machine is torn through the soft soil. You spot blind, newborn field mice around their mother. The machine has left her sliced in two. They lie in perfect symmetry, a tiny rodent rosette. Your mouth begins to water. A shadow gradually falls over the ground. The first rain cloud of the year. Measurements complete. We will now move on to the motor function test. Please step onto the treadmill.
Boy, this is interesting. I know I've been staying relatively quiet through this. I maintain a lot of power in this situation through silence, and I would much rather be an observer of the process before I start to participate in it. At this point, I don't know that there's any rhyme or reason to these tests other than to gauge perhaps how emotionally reactive I get to the with frustration. So to me, the only way that I stay remotely measured and in control is to participate on my terms and to stay silent and see where this goes and to see if she leads on where this is going. She seems to be frustrated by my silence when she reads that story to me. I think it's supposed to be nonsensical in a way to see what sense I make out of it and if I memorize the story itself versus whatever meaning I make out of it. But I don't really know what the purpose of that would be. They just did a surgery on me that I'm guessing has never been done before, so they're trying to gauge what the fallout for this is. Now, I will say that if I am going to spend the rest of my days as a research subject, oof. I might be taking Johnny's advice here and figuring out a way to get out of this. Even if it means drastic measures. And I have deeper thoughts about this decision and the consequence of it, which I'll talk about when we get to maybe a different spot here.
Motor function test.
This is definitely unsettling.
Personal link.
Yeah, you hear her voice? She's getting increasingly frustrated with me.
Really aced it last time, didn't I?
Slow walk.
I want her to be frustrated, not myself.
Not bad so far, huh? Try a little faster.
Accelerate by 3.
I can't. Gotta stop.
Top treadmill. Testing concluded for today. Communications have been unlocked. You may now phone home. Earth.
It is unbelievable that I am in space. Where's the phone? Oh my God. Where is the phone? Or do I just, I just pull out my phone. Oh, please answer.
How's it going?
Hey, think I ought to ask you the same.
Got rid of the biochip.
Arasaka do it?
Yeah. Sitting on their orbital station.
All right. So once you get back, pay me a visit, huh? You're gonna need a thorough checkup.
How's Misty?
Well, after you left, she went off to visit her folks. For a while, most likely. Got a postcard from her, from Warsaw. There's a polar bear on it.
Tell her I said hi when she gets back.
You'll tell her yourself.
Yeah, so, to be honest, been better.
What am I supposed to do long distance over the phone?
I just wanted to talk, Vic.
Look, we go back long enough that you know I'm no good at this stuff. and Misty's out of town.
What am I supposed to do?
Get a grip. Make a decision. You already showed yourself and me you can do it.
Yeah. Thanks for the pep talk, Vic. Sounds like a plan.
Another tinge of Vic basically completely orienting his life to how useful am I to people. You know there's nothing I can do about this, and he gets frustrated.
Hey, this is Judy. Sorry, can't answer because I'm busy packing my shit. If you don't know why, it means I just didn't want to tell you. If this is V, I'll call you. Maybe, baby, when I'm done being pissed off.
Okay.
Hey.
Hey. Wow, it's been a while since I heard that voice.
How's things at your end?
I'm in the middle of a meeting with Mitch. He wants me to hang up. He's signaling wildly.
Tell him to get lost. And tell him I said that.
He says hello. To you and your venerable mother.
Listen, I'm stuck in a shithole. It sucks hard.
So leave the shithole. Come home.
It's not that simple.
No is a nice word. Beautiful sometimes. You should use it more often. Sorry, Mitch is about to blow a fuse. I'll have to call you back.
Jeez. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee really quick. Hey, we're getting some color back. Unless this is another dream.
Cognitive function test. Solve the cube.
You kidding me?
shift, the return of Saburo Arasaka appears to have diffused the situation between the rival megacorporations.
Strength and continuity. That is the founding principle of Arasaka. My son Yorinobu forgot the wisdom in these words. He sought too much change too quickly. I have repeated to allies and enemies alike one simple truth. What is perfect requires no change. Thank you.
Saburo Arasaka and NUS President Rosalind Myers have agreed to meet in person to lay the groundwork for a lasting peace. A first step of goodwill was taken today as the Arasaka CEO withdrew from Night City 15 armored vehicles from the company.
Listen, these tests, gonna go on much longer?
We need very precise data.
Can't stand this anymore.
Cognitive function test. Solve the cube. Please sit up. Respond to the key words. No thinking, just the first word that comes to mind. Loyalty.
Me.
Please respond to each term with the first thing that comes to mind.
Quick as I can, no thinking, right?
Humanity.
No idea.
Please step onto the treadmill. As quickly as you can, without thinking about it. V.
Hanako Arasaka. Want to talk to her now.
Cognitive function test. Solve the cube.
Fuck, no, enough! I've had it! Fucking hate this place! Fuck you all!
You look just as you did when I found you in the rubbish. Get up.
Takamura, what are you doing here?
I have come to speak with you. They have kept you here in this cell for days? It is barbaric.
Come all the way here to take me home?
They asked me to speak with you.
Fine. So what is it you gotta tell me?
I am sorry to say it is not good. I will be blunt. The surgery did not help. You will be dead before winter.
Fuck!
You must accept the truth, then listen to what I say. There are options.
Dead in a few months. That's me, huh?
You will feel better at first, but then the illness will grow fierce, attack in full force.
You maybe not point a gun at me?
You will spend in bed.
Fuck.
Please, feel no anger. I wish to speak about an alternative.
I can be mad about this. I can be mad about this. Okay to be mad. I'm not going to punch you. I'm not going to act on the anger. It's okay to be mad. Not good bedside manner, Takamura.
What are you talking about? Trusted you all once already. You let me down.
You may join the Secure Your Soul program. Hanako Arasaka has agreed to it. You will leave your body, Arasaka will store your engram in Mikoshi until a way is found to transfer it to a new body.
Store? Can't I get a new body right off?
With technology as it is now, this is impossible.
Seemed pretty damn possible for Saburo Arasaka.
He returned in his son's body. Tissue compatibility made things easier. Yet your phenotype, thanks to the chip, is unique. Arasaka cannot provide a suitable body at this time.
Sorry. Not buying it. Arasaka's out to lock me up.
You overstate your importance. To the Arasakas, I fear you are nobody. Were nobody. With this offer, Hanako Arasaka rewards you generously for your service. There's not, as you say, more to the story.
Holy shit.
Nope. Doesn't sound good at all to me. I agree to this, and they'll do whatever they want with me.
There will be a contract to protect you. Sign it, and you will live.
This is a hell of a move by Arasaka Corp. They know exactly what they're doing by sending Takamura. And they sent him after I had become agitated, when I realized that I hated these circumstances. So they waited until I had so little power and leverage that this becomes almost a guarantee for them that I'm going to sign this. Because what? I either sign that and have a shot at living, or I stay here on a freaking spaceship for the remainder of my days. I mean, I suppose I could kill myself, which honestly doesn't seem like a terrible idea here. But oh my god, and then I have to basically engage in the behavior that Saburo did by finding a body that I can take over when the time comes? Oh, God, you want to talk about a moral nightmare. I mean, this is awful. This is what I chose to survive into. Maybe I would have been better off letting Johnny have it. Putting a bullet through my skull when we were out on the deck with why is her name escaping me? You know who I'm talking about. Holy shit, man.
It is written here that you relinquish all rights, but do not worry. The law is simply behind the times, and Ingram is not legally a person.
So I get to be corporate property first.
Oh.
Like many brain-dance stars and politicians from what I know, the program is a success. There have been no complaints.
And if I say no?
This is not a prison. You will take your things and return to Night City. Why you? I would sign, but the choice is yours. Think it through carefully.
This cooperation agreement, thereafter referred to as the agreement, is entered.
Arasaka keeps its word, always.
Is entered into on blank by and between blank the seller and the Anders Hellman, the buyer, authorized by the Arasaka Corporation, headquartered in Tokyo, Japan, on the basis of power of attorney RTZ 2077.
Arasaka keeps its word.
Shut the hell up, Takamura. I'm reading the contract. The seller hereby affirms they possess the right to terminate Ingram created on the basis of their brain, thereafter referred to as the Ingram. No copy of the Ingram beyond the original created by Arasaka Corp will exist. The Ingram is not encumbered by any third-party rights, in particular the right of other persons as temporary or perpetual use. The agreement stipulates that the rights of the obligations to the seller. No, I'm going to Earth. Fuck you.
Made my decision. Going back to Earth. Going home.
You will die there.
I'm fine with that, buddy.
You're all right, Takamura. I like you. Thanks for coming all the way up here to help. But one thing you never understood, and never will.
What is that?
Got no idea how sweet it is to be free.
You speak out of bitterness. Please reconsider.
No. This here's goodbye. But I'm not gonna forget you. What we did together.
Goodbye, V.
Yeah, I'm going to Earth. See you later, buddy. I'm taking this as a memento of how fucking awful this place was. We'll solve it someday. You. Bye. You. Space shuttle's waiting for me. Love it.
Nothing of beauty will never fade away. I see your eyes, I know you see me. You're like a ghost, how you're everywhere.
Hey, V, how's the Earth looking from way up there? She as pretty as they say? Or is that just another lie? Listen, don't forget, your implants were made for Earth gravity. Could start acting up in orbit. What I'm trying to say is, don't ignore any error warnings, okay? And when you're back, I mean, if you come back, I'll do a full checkup. Maybe even give you a little discount. Take care, V.
Hey, V. Everyone's telling me you're a base gordo now. A big shot, eh? So big you can't call me once a week. Once a month, even. Don't forget where you started. Who you started with, hmm? My door's always open to you, V. There's always food on my table. Mi casa es su casa. No se te olvide. Ahí te veo, V.
Hey, V! Long time no see. Let me guess, you still the top of your game in all of Night City? Yeah, I left all that. I guess I'm just calling to say thanks. For everything. Wasn't until I'd left everything behind that I realized how depressed I was for all that time. Take it from me, V. If you ever get the chance, just leave. Leave and don't look back. The weight it takes off your shoulders, I can't even describe it. All right, enough lecturing. Take it easy, man.
Hello, V. How are things? Weather in the Badlands is pleasant as usual.
My cooler melted, it's 90 degrees in the shade, and there's sandstorms heading straight for us. So yeah, you're missing out. No, but seriously, we're doing all right. Saul and I somehow get along, for better or for worse. But still, family's always growing, work's always piling up. But better to keep busy, right? And to think if it wasn't for you, I'd still be stumbling my way through Night City. So I just want to say thank you. For all you've done for me. I'd still be lost if you hadn't set me on the right track. Alright, well, talk soon, V. Don't be a stranger.
Hello, V. Saul speaking. Heard about something big happening in Night City, with a certain V in the lead role. Don't know what you plan to do now, but just remember, we always take care of our own. And, you're one of us now, V. You're an Aldecaldo. Remember that. Take care of yourself, V. And see you around.
V, hey! Can you hear me? Shit, is this thing recording? Okay, well, all of us have been wondering when you're finally gonna drop by. We can get a barbecue going, knock a few back, do a couple of races, or pay a friendly visit to the Raff and Shiv. Guess what I'm trying to say is, well, Badlands could use a badass like you, V. Don't know what you got on your plate right now, but remember, you're welcome out here anytime. All right, now, take care.
Gotta hand it to you, V. I'm impressed. When you told me you were gonna go after Hellman, I was sure you'd come back as a garbage bag full of smithereens. But you did it. I'm not usually wrong about people and what they're capable of. I'm curious to see what else you've got in ya. If you're looking for your next job, you know where to find me.
Hello, V. From what I understand, you have less than 6 months to live. I do not know how you plan to spend this time. Perhaps you have chosen to put your feet up, rest, ponder life's meaning. Or perhaps you continue to do what you are good at. If that is the case, my father and I would gladly retain your services. You would be compensated generously. 6 months will pass faster than you imagine. It would be a shame to let this time go to waste.
Hey, it's Peralez. V, you're gonna want to hear this. But first, you need to go somewhere no one's listening. Okay, so my wife, Elizabeth, she's in on the whole thing. She keeps saying I should look after myself. Tells me to take these pills. Says they're vitamins. Got them analyzed at a lab. And they look okay. But how am I supposed to know if somebody didn't falsify the results? When you got a sec, call me, okay?
I feel terrible for him.
Delete this message.
I feel so terrible for him.
Hey, V. Orbital connections cost an arm and a leg, so I'll just get right to it. I was just thinking about you, so I laid out a quick tarot and... Oh dear. The Fool, the Moon, the High Priestess. Those are bad cards. Keep a close eye on your new friends, V. I mean it.
Wow. I'm gonna talk a little bit over the credits just because I'm guessing there's a chance that I could be demonetized for the music that's in the background of it. But look, first of all, I think seeing those videos V had an impact. You kind of decide what matters to you in terms of the impact you want to have. But people are impacted by you, often more so than you realize. One of the things that's really unfortunate to me is that a lot of people talk about the impact others have on them when that person is no longer around to hear about it. I love that we got to see those videos so that people could talk about how they were affected by V. I really encourage everybody, if there is a person that means something to you, you should tell them that while they're still around to hear it. You really should. So that's the first thing. You'll find some really meaningful interactions come out of that. And don't worry about the emotion that comes along with doing it. So I didn't know what was going to happen if I survived. And I wasn't willing to just die in a blaze of glory without knowing what could have happened. Me hearing that I had 6 months to live after that, you know what? It's a consequence. And honestly, I can live with it. It's 6 months more than I would have had otherwise. It's 6 months that I get to have in my own body. And it's 6 months that I can use to spend however I'd like. And you know what? When it starts to decline, there is nothing saying I can't go out on my own terms with the assistance of people I love. You really think the Aldecados wouldn't help me end my own life? Have Pan Am by my side? There's dignity. I truly believe this. There's dignity in going out on your own terms. Particularly in a situation like this where you know it's coming to an end. There is an immense amount of power that can come from being in control of that moment when you've been delivered that. We also don't know if that's entirely true, but if it comes to pass where I start to decline immensely, we take care of it. Nothing says I have to go out in pain. But for me to put my consciousness in a data bank where I have no way. We talked to Alt. She was behind the black wall. Who knows how long she was in there? And as I have said to you all so many times, to me, eternal life sounds miserable. Immortality, I want nothing to do with it. I don't want eternal life after death. That sounds horrifically awful. Because whether we want to acknowledge it or not, the finite amount of time that we have available to us makes what we do matter more. So you're more inclined to harness the time that you have to do things that are meaningful rather than resting on your laurels because you have an infinite amount of time to do it. I can't imagine being immortal. I would hate it. I want nothing to do with immortality. So when Takamura offered that option, there's no way. There's no way. I'm going back to Earth on my own terms, and I'm living out the last 6 months I have knowing that, you know what? I did my best to try to rectify it, and if that's the consequence for it, so be it. Now, I am curious. I don't know if we're going to do a wrap-up show for this, but I will be curious to know how people react to this ending, because on the surface, this seems like a bad ending, I guess. I'm okay with that. I've been vocal throughout a lot of the Just Chatting streams and also through some of these other Let's Plays that I don't believe everything should have a happy ending. Cyberpunk 2077 uses the future to be a commentary on present things that are going on in our world. And life is not all about happy endings. Sometimes the consequences of effort lead to dead ends and aren't worth the effort that was put in. That happens. I'm okay with the fact that this didn't work out for us. I actually applaud CD Projekt Red for making this an available ending. I don't know if there's any better ones. I don't really care what the other ones are. This is the ending we got off the choices I made. And I can live with it. I'm okay with it. This is a realistic ending as far as I'm concerned. Corporations end up having more power than the government. Wars are waged over corporate need. And I'm left in a shitty position because the science isn't there yet and it's morally gray. and I get 6 months to live, and it's a bummer, and I got to go back to a really shitty circumstance and city, and I got to connect with the people that matter to me in the time that I have left. I can live with that. I don't think it has to be hunky-dory V lives forever, because V living forever to me is the worst ending possible. So, bravo. I really loved this game. I enjoyed every second of it. And I really hope that all of you did too. If you have made it to this point where you are listening to me talk while the credits are rolling, of which I want to let them roll because everybody who made this game deserves to have the recognition for it, I want to thank you for making it through yet another Let's Play on this channel. I hope that my analysis of it, that my examination of the characters, the relationships, the circumstances, the decisions, I hope that that added something to your enjoyment of this game, whether you have played it yourself or not. To CD Projekt Red, I really think you guys did an incredible job weaving a story together. I am sorry that bugs got in the way of people giving this game a chance, because in my estimation, this is one of the better written stories and characters that I have seen in games. I love the attention to detail in the body language, in the tone of voice, in the interactions. There's a lot of attention to detail that I really think brings this game to life and made it an absolute joy to analyze. So a big shout out to you guys for crafting something that I could use to illustrate so many psychological concepts for so many people. This was a lot of fun for me to do. Those of you that showed up live for this and hung out with me while we played this and asked questions and interacted with me, thank you for making the effort to come out and watch this live. Those of you that have watched the VOD all the way through, maybe you binge watched it, maybe you watched it when you could, thank you for taking the time to do that and to enjoy my videos. I hope that you've given them a thumbs up. I hope that you've subscribed to the channel. I hope that you've followed me on Twitch. And I hope that you followed me on all the other areas that you could follow me on, because there will be many, many, many more Let's Plays for many more awesome games that come from this. So I deeply appreciate that all of you are willing to interact with and engage with the content that I create. It takes a lot of work. It's something that I put a lot of thought and love into, and the reciprocation of that love and the comments that you all leave mean the world to me. So if you have a comment about this playthrough, any part of it, general thoughts of the entire thing, I would love to read them in the comments. I would absolutely love to see what you have to say about the choices I made, the things that I analyzed, and if this had any impact on you. Did it change the way that you saw the game? Did you learn anything about yourself in the process? Did it, and for better or worse, maybe my playthrough was not enjoyable to you, in which case, damn, good for you for making it all the way to the end if you weren't enjoying it. But I love to hear the feedback and comments about this as well. So I read all of them. I don't respond to all of them, but I do read all of them. So it's just a really good opportunity for me to thank all of you for this and for being here for it. I know you stayed up very late into the night, those of you that are here live with me. So I love doing this. I love teaching through video games, and I love doing it ethically. So thanks for giving me a platform to do it and for supporting it. It's really, really wonderful for you to do. So fantastic game. I mean, truly, I think it's really a shame that a lot of people are going to miss out on this experience because they're worried about the bugs. Bums me out. This was so good. I'm going to put my music on while the credits roll, just so I don't get claimed. I do know what I'm going to play next, but we're going to announce that after the credits are done. I don't know if there's anything after the credits, but I am going to let the credits run because I really do believe every single person who worked on this game deserves to have their name cross the screen. But I would love to read thoughts in comments. If those of you that have made it all to the end and watched these live would love to read what you think. I do ask, though, that you please not discuss alternative endings. Because there may be people in here that want to play it and see what those are, and I don't want those spoiled. You can talk about the ending that we got. I will not be going back and doing the other endings. I will not go back and revise any part of this playthrough. As I say, for every Let's Play that we do, the run is the run. And I am willing to live with the decisions that are made. That's how life works. We don't get to go back and revise our past with hindsight. And I enjoy playing games in that way. And I do appreciate the kind things that folks are saying in chat about the playthrough. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Thank you, Queen. I just got up. Can't wait to finish the VODs. This has been an amazing series from what I've seen so far. Miami, it's so good to see you. Yes, yeah, get caught up. So we made 30. So this game is not the longest of all of them. I kind of thought there might be a chance that it would be the longest playthrough, but it turns out it is not. 30 episodes to get through it. I think the playthrough is going to end up being somewhere close to 70 hours. I've got to turn my fan on. It's so hot in here. Thank you, Jareth. Good to see you, bud. Oh, I've been wanting to play this game for a long time. I wasn't really sure what to expect, and I was pleasantly surprised from the outset. Mass Effect run and this playthrough are my favorite runs so far. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I know they're going to have like DLC and stuff for this game. I don't even know that I'm interested in it. So what are your overall thoughts on the journey with Johnny? The journey with Johnny is unlike anything you could ever see in real life. So for me, it was a fascinating thing to analyze because I really had to dig deep into some like hypothetical stuff. I think that it is unfortunate that V and Johnny got wrapped up in the circumstances they got wrapped up in. I don't think either one of them asked for it, and it's a really delicate circumstance because it's V's body that Johnny infiltrated, and as weird as it feels to terminate Johnny, Johnny got to live his life. So to me, it's not fair for him to invade mine, and that's a hard decision to make to some extent. It's also an easy one to make. He also told me he'd be willing to sacrifice himself. And not that that was the reason that I was, pulled the trigger on that, but I get to live my life, man. You decided to do your stuff back when you lived. I get to do the stuff that I want when I live. I think it's a really interesting relationship. I don't think there's any way that V can forget what it was like. I think if V's personality and values and stuff shifted because of being melded with Johnny, I don't think you can totally detach that from somebody just because you removed a chip. I also think it's entirely unrealistic I don't think that kind of thing is ever going to actually happen in real life. But it's a really fascinating journey because it's two people who don't want to be together, who are forced to be together, and that can be a pretty miserable circumstance. It's a type of connectedness that I think a lot of us would push for isolation over. The game asks a really interesting question, asks a lot of interesting questions about what is the nature of identity. What is the nature of life? When does somebody stop being themselves? Like, it's really interesting questions that we do not have the answers to. And I think this game does a really nice job of not trying to answer those questions. It asks them, and it allows the ambiguity of all of it to breathe. And I give CD Projekt Red a lot of credit for that because I think a lot of people want to solve that mystery. They want to answer those questions, and they really don't. They let us sit with it and let us try to figure it out. And maybe that turns some people off, but to me, it's incredibly stimulating and interesting. I love the characters. I had no idea the depth and world of characters till I'd watched you play. Well, I'm glad that I was able to bring some life into that. Free, thank you. Dr. Mick's insight have made me more and more drawn to this game. It's a wonderful experience. I encourage anybody who watched this, if you've been thinking about playing it, I definitely encourage you to do it. Never been too keen on social interactions and people's emotions, and your experience has been teaching me a lot about dynamics, emotions, and understanding more people. I'm glad. I really enjoyed watching this playthrough. I learned a ton while doing so. Thanks, Dr. Mick. Vetty, it is my pleasure. Really appreciated the game's approach to the identity part of Cyberpunk pokes at, while not being cliche about it. Loved V and Johnny's relationship. Yeah, I like that it ended on a bad note. I don't really know that there's a way that Johnny and V could end on a good note. Like, I love how realistic a lot of this game is, amidst being very unrealistic. A lot of times, Kelly, people who are similar will butt heads. Because, again, the dynamic that I discussed a little bit when Johnny was walking away when we were in Mikoshi, I think really does apply to a lot of us. We like autonomy, and in some ways autonomy and individuality is promoted depending on what culture you're partaking in. So the more similar you are to somebody, it can sometimes be difficult because you lose yourself in that intertwined connectedness. And some people find that to be threatening. They have a hard time finding themselves amidst that. And so they will push into some of the things that make them different more heavily than they might otherwise, as a way to separate themselves. One of the most common examples of this is actually siblings. Sometimes siblings, they learn different ways to vie for parental attention. It's actually very adaptive from a survival standpoint. So you will sometimes see siblings be different in a lot of fundamental ways because that's how they learn to get attention. Because sometimes, like, if a sibling interacts the same way as another sibling, maybe it doesn't get as much attention or it's dismissed. Whereas if they do something unique, they can pull the attention away from the other. We all do this. We all we value to some extent who we are. And when who we are gets too closely aligned with somebody else, that's when we start to care about nuance, because we want to make sure that people see us as separate from others despite being involved in a group. And I think the relationship with Johnny is a really beautiful reflection of that in a really big way. So them butting heads makes sense to me because they're both simultaneously trying to survive. Such a shame the not-so-good launch of this game turned off so many people. I agree. I get it, because if you can't access the cool parts of the game because it's bugged out, that's not great, right? But it's the unfortunate reality of game development right now. Even outside of this specific playthrough, I'm so glad I found your videos. I've used advice you've given to communicate with people, and you've given me so much insight into other people. I'm honored to have been able to do that. It's something I've dedicated my life to trying to understand better and help other people understand better. So if it has a positive influence on any of you in that way, I have done my job. It's why I created this channel. These video games make the illustrations of this stuff more accessible to folks. And I really value that a lot. And I wanted to make sure that people could learn this stuff in a way that would be easier to connect with, as opposed to me just being some guy that lectures about it. We get real, tangible examples of stuff through these videos. And I love that. These games are so well crafted. Like, I would argue that we haven't missed on a Let's Play yet. They've all been solid. They've all given me conversation fodder. Even on some of the best episodes of this game and other games have been when we just did side quests, when we didn't even pay attention to the main narrative, because there's just so much there to be able to harness. I mean, these concepts are everywhere. It's just part of the human condition. So if we can take it and help make sense out of it in a way that's maybe different from how people might conventionally think about things, that's a pretty wonderful thing. Here we go. This is a perfect song to play during the credits. I'm gonna do a quick shout out for my socials. Make sure y'all follow them, and also I am available on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, YouTube Music, etc. I do actually have stream safe, DMCA free music that you can stream on those services. You can also purchase the albums on my merch store. So if you like the music playing right now, you can check those out on Spotify. Just search for DrMick, or you can find the link in the description of the video. I have no idea how long these credits are. Just look at the sheer number of people that work on this. It's pretty incredible. I'm going to talk about taking a village to create something. My God. How aware of this stuff do you think the writers are when they're making these games? I don't know. I would be interested to talk to some of these folks because I think there's an awareness of it, but probably not as much as I highlight. It's like the old being part of being like an English teacher, you know, where people write books and then the people who consume them make their own meaning out of it and often make them deeper than what the writer intended. I believe that oftentimes the writers of video games and movies and stuff, like, they have a message they're trying to send. They have a narrative they're trying to convey. But I don't think it's necessarily possible for people to have all of the things that, like, we cracked open in this playthrough in my analysis in mind when they're writing it. Because the thing is like, when you write human relationships, if you write them well, these things are inherently easy to illustrate. So, you know, I think a lot of it is probably kept in mind. I think people put a lot of effort into it. I think they might even consult with folks, which, again, I've said many times, I would love to be a consultant for game developers around these things and helping develop relationships and make sure that the dynamics are more realistic. But these are, I'm sure there's a good amount of thought that goes into it, but I'm sure that my analysis probably cracks open more than what the writers intend. And that's okay. I'm not saying that to toot my horn. I think that's the reality of it. It's like when an English class analyzes a book. One day I'll be on one of these lists. That's awesome. I hope you are, Dan. Unbelievable. We've been watching credits for, what, 20 minutes at this point? Started asking myself what I thought I understood and acted on, and the fog cleared. Ale, it's my pleasure. No promises, but I'm gonna going into game dev, and I will keep you in mind. Well, I appreciate that. No, you're good, Ale. You're good. What you write makes complete sense to me. So I appreciate you making the effort to translate what you have to say so I can read it. Yes, they do, Jareth. It's pretty amazing. A whole damn country made this game, right? Like, the entire country of Poland made this game. Everybody in Poland is just employed by CD Projekt Red, apparently. Would you be a consultant for them wanting to create abusive, controlling, or otherwise unhealthy relationships? Yes. Yes. I believe in realistic representation of that stuff. So yes. I have no problem consulting around those types of things. Again, because video games like this can be really good for folks. You can see representations of stuff that you've experienced. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with writing realistic evil. This song that's playing is a 21 minutes long song. So if we get to the end of this song before the credits are done, it's going to be wild. Also, I would hate to be the person that has to compile the credits list. To me, getting the credits list going has got to be the most. It just seems like it'd be awful. I can't even fathom how people put these together. Yes, I agree completely, Floaty. I think I've finally gotten out of my 21-year-old long depressed anxious pit. I have goals, motivation, and enjoy the moment. Good for you, Queen. Yeah, me too, Sydney. I don't like skipping over credits. I really don't. Oh, now we're into the music. Right, Freeman. Oh man, there's somebody, or there is some group of people in this world who shudder when they look at these credits. It's kind of like me when I look at my dissertation. I have not looked at, opened, or read my dissertation since the day I defended it. I just can't bring myself to do it. I spent way too many hours on that thing, and I just it gives me the skeevies to even look at the binder that it's in. Ugh. Is there a specific side quest that really resonated with you? Oh, Delamain. Delamain side quest is one of the best side quests in all of video games that I've ever played. That was amazing. I loved everything about it. Delamain by far. I always sit through the credits. Aside from wanting to give everyone who made the game their due, it gives me time to process. Yeah, which I like that we're using this credits to do that. I would imagine that it has to be floaty. I mean, has to be. Yeah, this is good. I mean, if anybody has questions about the playthrough, you can certainly hit me up. I don't know if we're going to do a debrief on this one. Performed by Picasso. Look at all the music even that's in this game. My word. What were your thoughts on the gameplay itself? It's okay. The gunplay is not too bad. I actually don't like the driving update. I thought the driving was better when it was on 1.3 or whatever it was. I don't like the 1.5 driving. My driving got noticeably worse. Whatever they did to it was kind of like, eh. But as far as the like combat and stuff, I think it was fine. The over-reliance on stims is a little lame, but the gunplay was fun. It was smooth. The driving was fun. I enjoy driving first person. For me, I think it was very enjoyable and well put together. I don't know why it popped in my head, but I just want to say the timing of the fire crouch side mission was hilarious after we dealt with some really heavy context. It was good. It was hilarious that it counterbalanced it the way it did. If you're willing to rank it, how Cyberpunk matched up with other games we've played on the channel in terms of how much you enjoyed it. It's a little bit tricky to answer because Mass Effect is like my favorite series of all time, but I wouldn't call it like my favorite Let's Play that we've done. I would put Cyberpunk it's so tricky. I'm inclined to say number one. Only because, like, and the metric that I'm using for that is this game, I think more than any of the others we've played so far, I was the most excited to get to every night. Like, I looked forward to playing this game every single time we had the opportunity to play it. And not that that was not the case for other games, but like I do remember there was a period with like Mass Effect when we got to Mass Effect 3 where I was like, I'm ready to be done. I also played that on Insanity. So Red Dead had a little bit of that too. So Red Dead was kind of like, there were a few times where I was like, okay, like, and then it was enjoyable when I got there, but it was like, I had to kind of get my energy up for it. This one never was the case. I was ready to play this every single time. I really enjoyed it. So I arguably number one. Music was insane. I think at least everyone agreed on how good the music was. Yeah, I don't know how you couldn't. I played as a netrunner. Nice. Detroit was a really good playthrough. Yeah, Detroit was really solid. I think Detroit would probably... That one just feels like classic DrMick stream vibes. I do think, though, that one of the things I like about like a game like this, or particularly Red Dead, is Red Dead was such a beautiful mix of like hilarious moments and also serious moments. Whereas like The Last of Us, I really enjoyed that playthrough, but The Last of Us was like emotionally exhausting. And I would say that Cyberpunk was closer to emotionally exhausting than it was like mixture of hilarity and seriousness. Like, we had some genuinely hilarious moments on Red Dead. We had a few of them in this, but where do you think this game could have improved? I would have liked to have seen the relationship between V and Jackie play out more than through a montage. I think the tricky thing about this game is that there are so many things going on, and I am not as invested in a lot of them because really my main investment is trying to figure out how to get Johnny Silverhand out of my head and how to maintain my autonomy. So like there at the ending, right, when Yorinobu is in the lap of Hanako, I don't have much reason to care about it, but I don't know that that's something that I would put into the game. Like, I think it's okay for me to not care much about that. So really, I think building up more of the relationship with Jackie, really making that moment hurt, because like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, like probably 5 episodes after Jackie died, I was never thinking about him. Like, seeing him in the dream on the space station had very little effect on me. Whereas I think if that relationship was really built up and you really had some like moments with him and some true investment, I think carrying him internally would be a lot more powerful. So I do think that Jackie and V's relationship we really missed out on. Like Misty and Vic and even Judy. I mean, Judy I think gets fleshed out nicely, but some of these core characters that end up calling you here during the credits, I would have liked more time with. Credits are a little over 40 minutes. Okay. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Detroit was fun. Really missed their breaks for 15 minutes informative lectures. We did have some good ones there. Playable flashbacks with Jackie would have been a nice touch. Yep. I like how critical V's story felt, but it did make all the relationships feel like they went by so quickly. Yeah. I mean, even Johnny. Johnny's really interesting because Johnny, to me, is a lot more one-dimensional than he could have been. I think, I'm being totally honest, I think Johnny gets a lot of love from people just because he's played by Keanu Reeves. I actually think that if you had Johnny Silverhand be played by somebody that we didn't recognize, I don't think people would be as endeared and interested in him as they are. I really think that CD Projekt Red did a good job pulling Keanu for that. He just... I don't find him to be as complex and interesting as I've seen a lot of folks talk about, like on social media. And I don't know that that's so much an indictment on Johnny so much as it is just he's a hard character to flesh out. We get to see some context for him, but there were moments where Johnny would react and I was like, oh, that's interesting, and then there were moments where he would not react and that didn't make a lot of sense to me, where I was almost expecting him to say something or be a lot more harsh or forceful or emotional in a different way, and we didn't get to see much of that. And that was, I don't know. We didn't get to see as much of V's influence on Johnny as we did Johnny's influence on V. And to me, I think that would have been a lot more interesting. Thank you for playing. Congrats, you've completed the main storyline of Cyberpunk 2077, but remember, Night City never sleeps. There's still so much to see and do. You can continue from your last open world checkpoint where you will have a special reward waiting for you. Would you like to keep playing? Take me back to the menu. Rock on, man. Those of you that, again, I will say it one more time for the purposes of the VOD. If you watched this VOD and you made it all the way through, obviously you made it through the entire series. Thank you so much for taking the time to watch this stream, to watch this playthrough, to engage with it. Please leave a comment if you haven't already. I would love to hear your thoughts on the playthrough. Anything you have to say, even if it's feedback that's maybe not so positive. I am open to any and all feedback. So, thanks for making it this far. I hope you watch my other playthroughs of other games if you haven't already. We've got lots of them available and plenty more to come. I'm going to be doing this for a very long time. So if you enjoy these, please make sure you subscribe to YouTube. Please make sure you follow me on Twitch. And join me on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. TikTok is where all the little tidbits show up. So, thanks again for watching this.